I call the special budget meeting of the Snoqualmie City Council to order. Ask the city clerk, please take the roll call.
Councilmember James.
Here.
Councilmember Ross.
Here.
Councilmember Holloway.
Here.
Councilmember Mayhew.
Here.
Councilmember Massey has requested to be excused. Councilmember Sudwall.
Here.
Councilmember Shepherd.
Here.
Mayor Larson.
I am here. May I ask for a motion and a second to excuse Councilmember Lassay from tonight's meeting?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse Councilmember Lassay. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Just a quick note that this is a budget workshop, so there will not be an opportunity for public comment tonight. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to, am I giving it to you, Robert, or Eric, who's?
We're going to start tonight. Our agenda is going to be a little different than up here. We have Doug Johnson on the phone from Ralph Anderson and Associates to complete the discussion from last night and the follow-ups. And then after that, we will have a utilities review and then the parking lot items, which include, I think, Councilmember Holloway's motion from last night and some of the discussion on the 0.5%. So.
Mayor, real quick, is there a way to make that microphone like actually have volume? Like, is there a knob to turn that someone could turn? Like,
I think it's a separate microphone you guys have to hold right to your mouth.
But you shouldn't have to. I mean, this is like the 21st century. There should be a knob you can turn that turns the volume up.
The volume's controlled over here. If you turn it up any louder, it causes audio feedback.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So either way, we can't hear.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just make an effort to hold it close to your mouth.
Thank you, Mayor. So really, we have the requested information from last night, and any questions, we have Doug Johnson on the phone. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Mayhew.
So, Mayor, I believe that the number, certainly that I was after last night, and I had the impression that many of us were after, I believe is the, I don't know how we'll call this, the second group of numbers that are titled median cash minus 2.4%, no ranges reduced. I believe, so I guess as a question to our consultant, I believe that this column, 34,676 in total, would allow us to fix the ranges, bringing people that are below the median up to the median. And then the column to the right called plus 3% would allow us to then take that number and bring it up for a COLA so that for 19. So that would cost a total of 105,000, which if I do the percentages here is 1.5% plus 3, so 4.5%, which I believe is within the amount that's already in our proposed budget. So I think this is exactly what I was looking for and what I would be in favor of doing. And I guess just to verify with the consultant, is that, have I understood those two columns correctly?
Yes, you have.
Okay, any further discussion on that, Council? Councilmember Ross?
So I emailed a question. It was like mid-afternoon. And I just wanted to kind of follow along. I guess one example was city administrator on the current salary and what the median salary would be and how you came to that figure. Did you see that email?
Yes, I responded to it, but I'm sure it was too late for you to. If you're referencing the PDF, I think for this item, and if you look at page 26 on the PDF, it's actually page 10 of the written report, but I believe that was the document you were looking at because you referenced page 54. So that's that document. It's a 54-page document. If you have page 26 of the PDF in front of you, there's a column for all of the job titles that shows base plus cash and basically the percent deviation of that job to the market median using a base plus cash reference point. And that is what, those numbers are what are driving the tables that you see before you in terms of the recommendations.
But shouldn't it tie back to, you had like the salary, each there's a salary chart for every single job classification. Shouldn't that tie back? Shouldn't I find a 14,976 on there?
Well, it ties back some jobs because if you recall in the presentation, I think it's on page 12 of your PDF, we use a benchmarking process to select job classifications that are tied to market, and then we build relationships around that. So in fact, the city administrator isn't tied directly to market. It's 15% above the Parks and Public Works director, and that job, I think, is tied to police chief. So police chief is really driving those data points, and that's to achieve this objective of having market equity, but also preserve and have important internal relationship equity as well.
Were you looking for 14976 on the chart here?
Right.
It's there under medium salary with cash benefits, the third,
What page are you on?
on the one you were just given tonight.
I know, but I'm trying to trace it back to, you have a salary chart for city administrator, and it shows for Snoqualmie, the max range is 14,866, and then you add the cash supplements, and it comes out to be 15,661 for the cash benefits. So, but your median shows 14,385. So it shows, so I'm not tracking back the 976, and also it gives the city administrator a decrease in salary. And I looked at two others where their salary was below a lot of the other cities, like the fire chief and communications manager, and each one of those would also get a decrease. I would think that the median...
Yes, that would be because that's because we were using internal relationships. So the fire chief is actually set. There's a smaller sample for the fire chief, and so for that one we're actually setting it a percentage below the police chief. So it's just maintaining that preserving that current and equity between fire chief and police chief, as opposed to reducing the fire chief based on the market data. So again, there's the process that's in the presentation of going through a benchmarking and an internal alignment process. It's not using all data points.
I don't get it. So we're going to give them a decrease then?
No, the fire chief would be the same increase or the same adjustment as the police chief.
About 3%. Well, 3.6%.
By him, you mean the city administrator, Councilmember Ross?
Well, even the fire chief.
So regardless of the market data for city administrator, that has to be set at least 15% above the highest paid subordinate job. So that's why we derive that using an internal relationship.
I think the confusion is, if you look at that 14,976, the question is, in the chart that is being referred to, it appears that that number would be higher. So moving to 14,976 would appear to be a decrease. Why is that not the case?
Right. So that is actually a figure that includes the cash benefits. So here's what we're trying to do is we're trying to use that relative relationship. That's why it's important to focus on the percentages on page 26. All we're trying to capture is the relative relationship to your jobs with cash benefits to the matching jobs with cash benefits in the market. But any adjustment you do has to be a base salary adjustment. And that way, when you adjust the base salary, which is a lower number, once you add your cash benefits, you will be up to that market position that we're trying to get to. So it's mixed. So the 1400 figure that you're looking at, the 14,385, includes deferred compensation. It also includes performance pay, longevity pay, and other cash benefits that are in the market. So we are capturing that market deviation. We're just building it back into base salary in order to be able to come up with a set of base salary, ranges. The goal is to give you recommended salary ranges for these jobs and have that all tie back to the market relationships that include base plus cash for you and for all the market agencies.
Is there a way to put this up on the screen?
I don't, for what it's worth, I don't think it's a concept question that's being asked. It's a math question. How do we make these numbers correlate? Like this plus that should equal, we're just trying to see how the math works.
If you look at police chief,
We all looked at him.
It's cheap.
I don't know what page you want to, if you're looking at the actual data or you are looking at the summary table.
I've been looking at the salary chart. Where's the
Can we
numbers?
get them to display what we're talking about?
Okay.
Can we get them to display what we're talking about?
I think they're working on it.
Okay.
Are you looking at page 22, Councilmember Ross?
Well, right now, if you, I'm just looking at the salary chart then for police chief. Yes, 22. Thank you.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
Where is it here? So
You made a
here-
pause for a minute until, I don't know if you can display that.
Yeah, we're
Yes,
waiting to get it displayed.
hang on a minute.
Okay. Let me know when I can talk.
This is supposed to be the median, right? And it should be 13,755. And we're getting him a decrease then from 13,051. And it's,
You know, this was the thing you asked. So I don't know if you, my own view is, I think this fits within the budget, so we don't have to do this. We can just do this.
Right.
But unless you were saying you want to. So if you, I mean, you have to say what you want.
So this was,
You take down the old version.
I don't care about that.
I didn't think you did. So this, I think,
I mean, I wanted to see this, but I'm not right.
yeah, that's what I thought.
Page 22, you're looking for?
do page 22 on that, or
So is
The
this,
appendix I think you're looking at.
appendix, yeah.
is this,
It's 51 of the PDF.
is this being done real time, guys? Can he come and look at this from YouTube?
No.
He has it.
He's got it in front of him.
I have it in front of me.
So you want to go to the appendix?
Oh, PJ, we're streaming the meeting, are we not? Okay.
So page 22 on that.
I don't think it's necessary, but Doug could get on and watch the stream meeting.
There
There'll
we
be a
go.
delay.
All right.
No,
Nope, go up.
go back up to
Go back.
22.
22. Keep going, one more. All right, we're there, Doug.
Okay, so you have a data sheet in front of you that shows the police chief with the survey agencies, cash supplements, insurance benefits, and lead benefits, correct?
Right.
Edge columns? Okay. So the way the math works is we would first find the current base salary, which is for police chief under the Snoqualmie line at that lower line. So that's 12,357, correct?
Right.
That's the range max. And then we want to skip down and right to the median relationship in the base plus cash column, and you'll see a figure minus 5.4%.
Okay.
Then we're going to take, all we're going to do is take that minus 5.4%. We're going to essentially calculate that against the 12,357 base, essentially add 5.4% to that base number so that we can then capture the market deviation base plus cash. And that's how you get to the figure that's in for median option in the recommendations table.
Right, so then it is lower then than, right.
It is, we're talking about implementing concepts. I guess we could build back, we could do a backwards building into it, but that 13027 is trying to capture that deviation. You're right, it's slightly lower than the 13755. There's a different way of doing that. I think you've appreciably, you have a level of precision in this process that we're now at, that arguably we could reconsider and do some different options. But I think when we were first doing this, it was modeling the impacts of base plus cash and this and that. And they're trying to get an understanding of cost and kind of relative market position. But there is a different way, essentially, of being able to do what kind of increase is required in order to be at median purely for base plus cash, each benchmark job, which is a slightly higher figure for most of these. And the reason is just because we're talking about a percentage on a lower number versus a higher number. So this is really just trying to get you kind of in the window of median. We recognize it's going to be slightly lower. I think that in some respects, that's where kind of the median plus 1% option starts deriving from, because I think if you do that, you end up with that's still not a number that's higher. Yeah, that's still a little bit lower.
I think most of them are lower,
Yeah.
lower than median. So I don't think we're going to set our pricing at median then, do we?
So if you want to actually hit that number for each benchmark, then we can change the table to do that. So we've not done an option that essentially reverse engineers a percentage so that you are at median on that chart. And if that's the option you want, we can do that.
Reverse engineer? I mean, how do you do that? What does that mean?
I don't know if you heard you.
Oh, how would,
What does reverse engineer mean, Doug?
It's essentially it's a what-if formula that says, what adjustment do we have to make to 12,357 so that when you add in the cash benefits for all the market agencies and for Snoqualmie, you land at 13,755 on this particular page.
everyone's looking at me. I don't know.
If I ask a set of questions, am I going to throw you off?
Nope, go ahead. I'm trying to figure this out.
So,
Councilmember Mayhew.
oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
So let me ask this. Since we're focusing on this police chief line, am I understanding this correctly, that if we were to adopt the column called median cash minus 2.4%, no range is reduced, with the plus 3% column for 2019. So the police chief would go from, not him particularly, but his range would go from 12,357 to 13,099, right?
Right. Right. Doug?
Doug, are you following?
Yes. Yes. Uh-huh.
All right, so that, and if I'm understanding this correctly, that would be a 5.9% increase for that position. Is that right? Which I'm taking 2.9% plus 3%.
Yes. Yes. It's a little bit of a cumulative because it would be stacked 2.9 and then 3 on top of it. But yes, that's essentially right.
I understand there's sort of yeah, I'm just ignoring that.
Compounding,
so
maybe.
A compounding, yeah, I'm just going to ignore that for a second and say 5.9%, basically. So that's a correct way of understanding that. Yeah?
Yes.
Sorry, you were garbled. Did you say yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
that's correct.
great. So then, to the question that was being raised, which is, would following this column, would that result in anyone's salary being reduced? Am I correct in saying, in believing that if I look down this percent change and I don't see any of them as negative, that would tell us that nobody's getting their salary reduced? They may, the worst case scenario it looks like is someone would just get a 3% COLA, but some would get a 3% COLA plus an adjustment because their salary is currently below the 2.4% from market that is the average, and so it would be fixing them up to that average. So, but nobody goes negative. Is that, because I don't see any negative,
correct,
nobody's
yes.
getting a reduction in salary, right?
Yes,
Or to
that's
put,
correct.
And then when I add the 3% column, everyone gets a minimum of 3%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does that answer the question you were driving at?
I lost that long ago.
So the police,
Trying to take notes.
so the police chief, with your 3% COLA, is just about $40 more than what's on your chart at $13,051 that the person that he's getting paid today, including the cash cash benefits. So to me, it doesn't mean it's a 3% or even a 5% increase.
Is that directed to somebody?
Are you talking,
Up to him.
are you talking about police chief?
Yeah. 'Cause
Yeah, I mean, that 3% is just supposed to talk about it's really not related to these charts since these charts are 2018 charts. So, I mean, obviously, one side comment on COLAs is you're either catching up to what the market's done or trying to lead or anticipate what the market's doing, in a forward-looking 6 months or a back-looking 6 months. If we were doing the survey in February, we have 2019 data. It would cover you from much of 2019. So these charts, if you're trying to land on numbers on this chart, it needs to occur in the column that's before the plus 3% in order to achieve any inequities that's identified based on the survey in 2018.
I don't know. Do you agree on the 13,051 right there?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So if you add 3% to it, it's not 13,099. So I guess I'm not following it.
Doug, can you repeat what you said about how you came up with these numbers on the alignment with all the different positions in the M&P group, please?
So there are some classifications that have some internal ties. For example, you have several directors: admin services, community development director, finance director, information technology director, that all, based on their internal value and their historical relationships, are paid at the same salary. And so I think that based on our analysis of the classifications, that should continue. And so for those jobs, we're actually taking an average of the market data in order to be able to drive and set the range for those. As I said before, fire chief and police chief have a 5%. The difference currently, again, based on our analysis of the classifications, we feel that that should be preserved, and recognizing that the market data for fire chief is going to be weaker. There's just not as much data. We would prefer to benchmark the police chief.
Doug, can you hold on? Can you hold on? We have a couple of council members that are discussing something, and I think Councilmember Ross needs to hear what you're saying.
Right?
Thank you.
This is your COLA. This is your cash benefit.
We take this plus, so he wants to take 12,356. And he wants to add 3%. And then we add 200. 200. And 494. Is it 13,421?
No, it's plus 3%? No, this is.
Oh no, where's the 3?
So you're
13, yeah.
right. That's not it. You're going to get a reduction.
Do we have this documented in this report as far as the relation?
And it's the same with the others.
This is the one we look at.
Is it documented in
Could
the?
you use the microphone, Peggy, so everybody can hear?
Do we have it documented in the report what the internal relationships are?
And here it is again.
It is not documented line by line. We explain the concept, but we did not have a line. I actually have a column in the chart that shows what all that is, but I think we were focused on looking at options, and so we just put the options on there, not the detail of which jobs are benchmarked and how they're benchmarked in internal relationships. But we do have that information we can provide.
So he says, so what he says, this guy's 5.4% below, which is that 5.4% there.
Right, so that's how we got that.
Does it work now?
Oh, 23,
Yeah, okay, that's right.
right.
So that works.
So then take that times,
Can I ask a question?
right.
Please, Councilmember Sherman.
So one thing that I'd like to see is if there's a
this one?
standard way of calculating this
That.
versus exceptional calculations. I'd like to have some list of those positions that were
Well, because we're usually we're not gonna do this until
calculated as an exception and get a detail of what the formula was that was used.
later. This keeps them at the current 2.4% below, because they're gonna also keep the full insurance.
Councilmember Sunwell.
So we're 26 minutes into this meeting, and we haven't sniffed budget. And I would just, it's not that this isn't important, it's just, if we can do math, if there's a math problem, I feel like we can do math offline. If there's a philosophical problem, we should discuss that. But what was presented to us, as far as I can tell, is what we asked for last night. And again, if there's some math computational areas, we should address those. But it's almost December, and I'm not sure we're any closer to a budget than we were in September. Just a thought.
So I guess I'll reintroduce.
Councilmember Holloway.
Sorry. I'll reintroduce what we said last night. I'd like to separate salary management from budget discussions. We have a plan in the budget that covers salary and benefits at a gross level. Let's take the individual salary discussions back to F&A, and with the administration, come back with a plan on the salaries with this data a little more digested, a little more chewed up.
With that, I'm going to take my plate and throw it away.
Was that a yes or a no, though?
That sounds fine with me.
I would
We'll do
agree.
that.
I agree with that.
Mayor, if I
In
could
other words,
ask-
you can approve a budget with knowing that there's amounts to cover this. and
Yeah.
You'll end up with a surplus at worst. Councilmember Mayhew.
So, the concern I have with that is, if we just take a simplified just theoretical concept of the budget, if we say you can have, if the department comes in and says, I want $150, and we say you can have $100 for salary, and you have $30 for other stuff, that means we take their $150 request, we knock it down to $130. But if we don't need 100 for salary, if we only need 80, then we don't have to knock down the request. So it seems like if we leave too much in the salary column, meaning more than we're actually going to use, then that's going to lead us to say no to things. Heck, in the proposed budget, you've already said, the administration's already said no to requests. So we're going to say no to things that maybe we could say yes to. That's the only reason I'm worried. And I do agree with the notion we don't have to get this to the dollar. So if we're pretty close, I'd say fine. But if we're way off, I'd like to know that. So maybe I'd feel better about this if I knew how far off we were.
Councilmember Sunwell.
And I don't disagree, but we have to do this with a million other things in the budget. Like, this is just one thing. Like, we haven't even talked to Dan, hasn't even got up yet. And that's going to take all night. So, because it's a massive department that spends more money than any other department combined. So, we just gotta plow through some more stuff too. Not
Bob,
just
did you
this.
want to add something before I go to Councilmember Holloway?
No, continue.
Councilmember Holloway.
Well, and the other part, we can make amendments to the budget all through the biennial as we need it. So I agree there's some urgency to settle this, but I don't think there's enough to knee-jerk a reaction into the budget tonight.
I just think it's settled. I think we actually got to the bottom of it. I think we're done. But maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
Are we settled?
I think we're settled, although I'm not
Yeah, I think we're settled.
sold on reducing salaries. And that would be what we would be doing if we did the minus 2.4%.
Not if we do this.
Right.
The 105,968 option doesn't reduce anybody's salary.
So you're concerned that we're reducing salaries?
I am.
If we go with the first set of numbers on here, it shows a negative on adjustments.
So in fairness, I'm the one that asked for that first column to be done because I just wanted to understand if we brought everybody, those who need to come down, down, those who need to come up, up. I actually see that now and I have no interest. I'm glad I got the number, but I have no interest in achieving that. I'm wholeheartedly in favor of the 105,968 column, and which reduces nobody's salary, and in addition to the 3% COLA, you see that the two positions that were woefully under market are getting 12.5 on top of that, right?
Yeah.
But nobody's getting negative anything.
Right, well, that's what I understood, so that's one.
So if we're all on board with 105,968, then I actually think the conversation
It's done.
is done.
Why don't we say this, there's a concern that maybe the math isn't quite right, so why don't we do this? Why don't we say the 105, that's what we endorse, and we're going to move forward with an understanding that that's what's in the budget, with the understanding that no one is to have a reduction. That's what he's telling us is true. We're a little bit troubled by the math.
Right.
We tell him, make sure this math is right, because no one gets a reduction.
Because the column over, we finally figured out the math, the column over with 145,000 is current salary with the 3%.
Right, so we just say that, right?
Right, but I'm fine with 145,000, not the 105,000. Because that gets back to the police chief, who would get a reduction.
The mayor, the actual current maximum salary is the very first column. And I'm comparing that to the median cash minus the 2.4, no range is reduced. And that clearly shows that there's no reduction in anybody's base pay or any position, the maximum base pay.
How much is it for assessed value?
That's the column that had been liberally discussed as $106,000. There's no reduction in the current salary maximum at that column. There are some zeros, obviously, but there's no reductions.
Right. Right, I was meaning that one.
And in this one, anything that
Maybe
would
if we
have
get
been
the police
negative
chief
is
just
zero.
to agree to reduction, we can move on. Although he is the one with the weapon, so I don't know if that's.
I think your concern is that this summary chart potentially doesn't correctly reflect things. So if we just say, when this is implemented, nobody gets a reduction, meaning everyone gets a minimum 3%, and he's telling us that that's this number, so we say, fine, we'll go with this 105, but just to make sure, no one is to get less than 3%. We just give that instruction, which is what he's telling us is the case. When they run the numbers, they'll make sure of that, and then we move forward with that. Does that work?
But you're going to find out that it's the $145,000 column.
He's saying, so I asked him that. Let's ask him. Doug,
Doug,
you still there?
Yes. Yes, what was the question?
We're just trying to make sure because we're a little caught up in the numbers, we just want to get past this. If we go to this column, median cash minus 2.4%, no ranges reduced. We go down this column, we see that nobody has a less than 0% change. So therefore, nobody's getting a reduction. And if we go one column to the right, that means the minimum that anyone get is 3%. When we go back to your charts, we're seeing some math difference that we don't follow, and we're saying, oh, but somehow it looks like maybe someone would get a reduction. You're telling us, if I understand correctly from earlier, no, if we go with that 105,968, no one gets a reduction. So if we go with that, with the additional specific instruction, no one is to get a reduction. You're saying it'll come out at 105, and this can be implemented to ensure that, right?
That is correct in the base salary. There's no reduction. I think the issue that's maybe causing some of the discussion is that if you then put that new number in our survey and calculate it against the marketplace, are you going to be above or below the median for base plus cash? And most of these numbers, you're still going to have a delta there that's going to exist.
That's going to be what?
that's going to what?
Exist.
Right, because there's
still going to be a delta that exists. But as we've been building this, I think that part of that was because we were mindful of the insurance benefit difference as well.
Right, and so what
I
we're
think
going to do
that's
is
what
we're going to fix the remainder of that later at the same time that we change the insurance. So those two offsetting things happen at the same time later. Because those will be an offset, roughly.
So can we just walk through one example? So look at the police chief. And what does it say? 12,357, right?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna increase it 3%. That's 12,727. And then you're gonna add in the cash benefits. And what's that, 648? I can't see it. Is that correct?
694. It's 200 plus 494.
Okay,
Well, that's performance pays the 49.
Right.
so
That's right.
that's 13,421. So now look at your chart. And the column we're talking about, 105,000, is 13,099. If you go over to the next chart, it's 13,414. So we would underpay him by $400.
Doug, I think the issue is there that you're adding in the cash supplements for a total.
But this,
Yes.
Supposed to, includes COLA.
this sheet was done before they asked for this minus 2.4%.
I understand, right.
And I think maybe now is a good time for you to repeat that about the alignment of the positions, the internal alignment of the positions, Doug, so Councilmember Ross can hear that.
Just before we start that, keep in mind that that's not on this column, but the chief is still eligible to receive those $200 matching deferred compensation, and he's also eligible to receive the pay for performance. And Doug's showing that as an average of $494 per month. Those aren't being taken away.
Okay,
Does that help?
but it's still plus cash benefits, isn't it? Isn't that
Those,
column included?
yes, those are cash benefits he's eligible to receive. If he doesn't, for instance, if he doesn't put in $200 per month of his own money, the city won't match that, so then he's no longer eligible.
Right.
And
But in this chart, it includes the cash benefits, correct?
that's correct. That's to show the positioning within the market. Is that correct? I believe
You
it.
may not get this, but if you start out at 13,099 with your 3% and cash benefits, he's already below the mark. Oh, he's like $40.
That's correct. Then that's what Doug has been showing. And what the council's asked for is that particular column, and saying that those are still there, the cash supplements. He's eligible to receive those, but it's also not showing the other benefits relative to the market in that column. So this is showing just the current, what I'll call the recommended or current salary maximums. That's what the comparison is for here. And that's, as Deborah said, there's an internal comparison component as well.
I'm so confused, okay.
Deborah, do you or Bob have any concerns about reductions in any of these positions, per Councilmember Ross's concern?
Mayor, I do not.
I do not if you go with that median cash minus 2.4% with no ranges reduced. If you go with the one before that, I do. But if you...
Right, but they're not talking about that one, though.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
It-
So the one that shows the total in 2019, plus the 3% 2019 COLA, the total at the bottom with 105,968, I agree that no one would receive a reduction.
And that keeps the benefits, the cash supplements, as well as the other, I'll call the other insurance benefits, status quo. No changes whatsoever to those.
Are the council members satisfied?
Okay, again, Council, we need to move on. Either punt it to the F&A committee, just accept a threshold that's in the current budget, or we need to make a decision.
Mayor, if I could,
take some direction. Go
I'd
ahead, Bob.
make a recommendation that the council would instruct us or direct you and the staff to put in the budget $105,968, which is the median cash minus the 2.4%, no range is reduced, and then bring this back for discussion, had been said by a couple of council members, to talk about or discuss the current benefits and the cash value to those, and then readjusting those into the new year. At the same time, you'd be looking then at the recommended salary maximum to make adjustments to those as well, depending on what council wants to do with the benefits.
Are you suggesting bringing it back during the budget process or bring it back next year?
Next year.
All right, thank you.
It's almost the same
So
thing.
then what would our budget approve? What would we approve in the budget? 'Cause we have to approve
Recommended amount is that,
the salaries.
The 105,968.
What's the amount for the year, for 2019? Is that a monthly amount
no, that's the total amount.
for the year?
Fine, I agree with that. That's great.
What was that, Brian?
No, I just said it would approve the let me get my eyeballs in, hang on. It would approve the 105,968, but it would not approve the individual salary numbers in the rest of the chart. That's what we would bring back later. Correct, Bob? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. I always want to make sure we're confirming. The 105,968 is a yearly annualized amount. It's not reflected in those monthly salaries, but there is a formula in there, and I've looked at it, and I'm absolutely convinced that is the case. That's not a monthly amount. That's a yearly total that would adjust these monthly salaries as shown here to those amounts that are shown in the plus 3% 2019 COLA column with the median cash minus 2.4%, no range is reduced.
In other words, it's adding $106,000 more cost annually to the budget,
That's just for salaries.
just to
yes.
adjust all the salaries, yeah. Councilmember Sunwell.
So the budget given to us, how much was allocated for this?
For increases.
Actually above that. So when you factor in the standard factor we put in the budget, because again, we put a 5% standard across the board in the budget.
And this is a
would more than cover
4.5.
that. Yes, correct.
So 0.5% equals how many dollars?
5% of what?
So what was in the budget for M&P salaries now? That's a math question. Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out if we've recovered any money here, because we have to cut. At least 0.5%, or whatever, at least
That's going to take some
37.
further analysis, because we're going to have to look at everybody, which step they're at, if they're at the max, what
Okay.
they're entitled to, so that might,
I knew it wouldn't be simple.
that's not simple.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right.
Mayor, one more item if I could.
I can figure it out.
When this comes back,
I can estimate it right now, pretty
Hang on.
damn close.
when it comes back go ahead. Go ahead, Counselor.
Just a quick moment. I think we can roughly estimate this.
Yeah.
If 105,968 is 1.5%,
No, 4.5%.
But it's going to,
excuse me, if that's 4.5%,
it's going to understate the savings.
Each percentage is worth
each percentage is worth 23,548, since we got
5 by 2.
half a percentage. So we've got about, let's call it $12,000 that we recover out of the budget by agreeing to this.
So we have 25 to go?
25 to go.
All right. With that, we should have Dan come up.
Mayor, I just want to clarify one more issue. It's been discussed that we typically, as part of the practice, have been bringing back an agenda bill for council to approve a recommended classification schedule. And I understand that, I believe that this council is leaning towards just putting it into the budget. And so when they adopt the budget, that'll then authorize the mayor to execute that classification schedule. So that's what we intend to do.
Wait a minute.
It gets incorporated as a part of the budget anyway. If the council approves an agenda bill, then it gets incorporated in the budget document anyway. So if it's in the budget document, we believe that would authorize the mayor to do exactly what he's been doing in the past. We've been practicing bringing back these agenda bills, human services, funding, other types of things that we're typically just going to put in a budget document now. We'll put the classification schedule in there, so it's very clear that that is what the council approved.
No, I'm just.
Councilmember Mayhew, then
Okay.
Councilmember Holloway, and Councilmember Shepherd.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, maybe the city attorney could answer. I'm just trying to remember what specifically we're required by law to do, and I believe that pass a budget, and then there's some specific requirement with regard to positions and salaries, I believe. What is that minimum requirement that we must do?
It has to be done by ordinance. And so as you're
What has to be done?
setting compensation for positions that are created by council, has to be done by ordinance. The statute says that. So if you remember last year, there was discussion about, at the end of the year, in December, about the appropriate COLA, and then the council then adopted an ordinance that had this schedule in it showing the max, salary max for these positions. And so what I believe the city administrator is saying, we would do something similar this year, only we would, instead of having it a standalone council approval agenda item, it would be included in the budget. And if you don't do that, then you will have appropriated this money in the budget, but you will have not authorized the expenditure of the 3% COLA, for example, going forward in the first part of 2019 until you authorize the classification changes.
So,
Councilmember Hallway.
that's, I guess, where I'm having a problem, because we stated that what we would approve in the budget was the 105,968, but we're not specifically approving the individual salaries. Your statement says we are.
We would be, because we'd show the classification schedule in the budget ordinance that council would be adopting.
I guess I'm not comfortable with that based on the level of discussion we've had. I want further discussion on the salaries. So I'm sorry, Bob, I'm not with you there. I'd rather have it as a separate agenda bill. But you guys can outvote me. You've done it before.
It's going to have the same
Councilmember
content.
Shepherd and then Councilmember Jeans.
So I thought that I had read somewhere that we are required to put into the budget that we approve the schedule of salaries and positions.
In the section relating to the budget, it refers to those being able to be included in the budget. It's not necessarily a requirement that it be in the budget as opposed to approved by council, but it is true that the statute gives the council authority by ordinance to set the salaries, whether you do it standalone or in the budget document.
I would be more comfortable having it part of our budget, the whole collection of what we're deciding on.
And then I think as we talked, and I think it was yesterday, there's a separate statutory section that says, notwithstanding what you do in the budget, you can, if there's available money to be appropriated, come back subsequently and adjust salaries, wages, working conditions by ordinance. So you could do both. You could do something in the ordinance now, then have additional F&A committee review, and the council could make adjustments next year.
Or Jody said it's been passed by resolution in the past, or approved by resolution. Councilmember Jeans and Councilmember Mayhew.
So I don't know about...
No, we're coming up on 50 minutes now.
I think well, I'll just speak for myself. The formal report was presented yesterday, and that was the first time I heard it. It's a voluminous document with a lot of numbers, and we're talking about making numbers come out right and talking about positions, and I don't see any way we can do this before the end of the year, before we pass the budget. So if we agree on this 105,968, then I suggest that we spend some serious time in January analyzing the positions and analyzing the salary, and in essence retrofit it in January when we got time to study this.
Councilmember Mayhew.
So my point of view would be this. I think what we're actually talking about is just a question of format. Are we going to do the individual salaries as a separate ordinance or together with the budget as part of that ordinance? My own thought is I don't care, except that if we need to get the budget done before you're in, and if we think that this is going to hold us up, then put it in a separate ordinance, get it done. My guess is we may actually be able to get this done within the next 2 weeks. But if not, then so what I'd say is I don't think we really care if it's one ordinance or two. Why don't we just let staff figure it out based on what progress is made at F&A, but we just warn them, hey, make sure the 105 is in the budget, adjust the budget to the 105, and just be aware that if we have questions, please have the alternative to just go to a separate ordinance so we don't get fouled up in passing the budget, and just let administration figure it out from there.
Councilmember Holloway.
I hear you. His recommendation is you're approving the 105 and the individual salaries as part of the budget.
Right.
I'm not there yet.
Right.
I'm ready to do the 105. That is what should be in the budget. And the salary management, individual salary discussion is a separate action. Okay. Well, I want to make clear that budget and salary management, two separate actions.
Two ordinances instead of one.
Or an ordinance and a resolution.
And we've got like one more real council meeting before we all go on holiday. So it's going to be.
Well, it sounds like you just get the ordinance done before the budget to wrap it up and budget approved, and do the resolution first meeting of the year.
Yeah.
Or second meeting of January. Unless you can resolve some of those numbers in the committee meeting next week and take a resolution forward along with the ordinance.
Actually, we could have a classification schedule ready for next week's F&A meeting. That will not be complicated whatsoever. It's
Yeah.
fairly
I guess I
simple.
would urge to have Doug reach out, or the staff reach out to Councilmember Ross to go over the math and see if we can satisfy the concerns. So
I think once we show it in its, I'll call it its current form, the classification schedule, it might help with council in their deliberations. But it's pretty clean that way, and if that's what they want to do, that's fine.
all right, does that sound good?
Moving on.
Clear what the council wants to you guys?
I'm going to have staff prepare a agenda bill that has a classification schedule for the management professional staff, and prepare that for next Tuesday's F&A meeting. So
And
it gets-
Robert's got a number to work with for salary
We
increases.
absolutely
for
do,
everybody.
and we got a pretty good idea of what the council wants to get done here.
Okay. All right, well, Councilmember Shepherd.
So as far as hearings, it looks like there's 3 required hearings. One is for the revenue hearing, one is called a preliminary hearing, and one is called the final budget hearing. Did we conform to all these required hearings? When is the final budget hearing?
Who wants to speak to that? Bob, Jody?
We have a
Jody?
hearing every council meeting,
We had a hearing
Right.
October
every single one.
November.
Jody,
Jody,
you
gotta
need a
use some
microphone.
microphones. Hey, are we, Doug, are you still there? Okay, I guess he hung up.
Doug?
So grab your microphone. Jody, grab your microphone. Hey, all right, go.
We had public hearings October 22nd, November 13th, and November 26th. They were all published in the Valley Record, put on the website, noticed on our Facebook page, noticed on the council agenda. Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, Robert, who's queuing up? Let's move on.
I just want to
Councilmember
clarify what's going to happen. So it's my belief that sometime, maybe our next meeting or sometime before we have to vote on the budget, that we're going to see all the budgets change a bit, because you're going to adjust them all to the 4.5%. So all of them will move at least a little bit, all the department or functions.
Final budget, they'll move a little bit, but again, because we have to look at the step classifications, and I don't know if we can, how fast we can do it. It's up to what's on HR's.
But by the
workload
time
as
we
well.
vote, we just should have an expectation we'll see a little bit of movement in each one of those, just because of this 0.5%. And by the time we vote, we'll see that movement. Is that correct understanding?
Once we actually put our salaries specifically in there might be movement, but I can't guarantee it's actually going to be an increase, because again, we've got 5% built in for some of these that are already at top steps. So if they're only going to get 3.5, that could go down. But if the ones that are going to be brought up a bit, those could go up. So The delta might not be the same for every department, if that makes sense.
Oh, right. But overall, it's going to be about 0.5% collectively, right? Yeah, okay.
22% noise level. Something else may tweak that needle.
All right, let's move on.
But anyway,
Let's move on.
We have 5 minutes for utilities update, and then we have to deliberate.
Okay, let's move on.
Dan?
Please.
Got 5 minutes now.
I just want to introduce. No, you are, but I'm going to introduce it. We made some changes based on the presentation yesterday. We did look at, and we decided, pretty much we made a decision internally that there is more work to be done on the utilities, and I know that we mentioned this before. We do want to come back next year. We need to take a further look. So until we do that, we have made some more reductions into the proposed utilities budget at this time. And again, we have to look at some of the rate study, look at the history of this, and it's going to take probably another month or two to really kind of look at the nitty gritty and then come back. We want to make sure we're coming back to the city council with a thorough look at utilities at that time. So the changes from yesterday based on that, we did work with the department to see what the bare minimum we could sustain in this budget right now until we come back to council later on. We've removed the water quality urban forestry program from stormwater that was budgeted at $140,000 annually over the biennium. Again, this is something we're going to reevaluate. We removed the administrative assistant 2 utilities technician position. That was an enhancement request that was allocated to water, sewer, and stormwater. It's budgeted for $102,000, salary and benefits in 19, $104,000 in 2020. And then here are the water operation budget summary changes. We've reduced the capital outlay by roughly $350,000 in 2019 by removing the wireless meter reading, and we also removed the antenna construction project. And I know Councilmember Mayhew mentioned the antenna before. We'll probably move that permanently to a capital project, CIP program. We reduced services and supplies by roughly $50,000 in 2019 and $13,000 in 2020. Removed the funding support needed to upgrade the existing antennas, but that's something we're going to reevaluate in the future. Increased services and supplies, that's still in there by roughly $30,000, but that's a necessary charge for information technology. And again, to make sure we continue to make that IT fund whole. These are the changes we made on water. If you have any questions at this point, I can hand it to Dan.
Councilman Ross.
So does this mean that you're not going to have the urban forestry program?
We were pulling it out of the budget at this point.
You took it out, but is it put somewhere else, or it has to stay
Completely
in
out of the
stormwater?
budget. This is something we're going to reevaluate as far as the funding and the needs for it.
And then was the administrative assistant, was that for helping with all the different projects that we're working on to help spend the revenue bond?
It's a mix. We used to have 2 positions. We reduced it to 1, 3, 4 years ago, roughly. And we're going to revisit that with finance and then show the support and go through in the spring. So it helps across the board on both departments, Parks and Public Works.
But you're removing that person?
Correct.
So you're not?
We'll reevaluate, bring it back to you guys.
Councilman Mayhew.
So do you have the rate study? Because the one that's on the website is evidently old, but do you have that rate study?
Councilmember Mayhew, when we looked at the rate studies, we're going to have to reevaluate all of this, especially in stormwater, but we're going to reevaluate these 2 as well, water and sewer.
Yeah, for what it's worth, and I expected that you guys were going to be coming in this winter or spring with a whole reevaluation, because we've got to push those rates out another 2 years just to get through the existing utility CIP. And then I assumed you'd perhaps take that opportunity to look out a few more years on utility CIP, possibly. I don't know if you will or not, but we're going to need to do that in the winter, spring to look at rates anyway. Even if there were no changes like I assume that you're going to take things like what was being asked about on the forestry program, and you're probably going to add it to the utilities CIP, which is going to show a greater need. So I expect there's going to be a whole kind of rediscussion about where we're at with utilities. Is that a reasonable expectation?
Absolutely, yes.
And we were really going to have to do that anyway. The existing plan called for us to do this, to relook at it right now. So now's the time anyway, right?
Correct. We still have the plan that you're going to come up with anyway. that we're
Correct.
waiting on.
Yes.
So we could perceive this really as what you're doing here is you're just adjusting back to the rate study plan, and you're going to relook at things and come forward, which you're going to have to do anyway, to kind of relook at the next few years' rates and where we stand. And we're going to be doing that over the winter, perhaps this spring.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Is someone's getting that for me, or what's happening?
Sorry. Glad you're asking.
Which, you could probably help me, do you know which page the stormwater was on? 30, thanks.
Any questions on water?
Can someone help me find, every page is page 9. Every page is page 9 of 30. Something went wrong in the number.
We save money by using the number over again.
Is that the table you're looking for?
Yeah, this is the updated new one, though?
This is from May of 2017.
Is that one? You said?
Yes.
Okay, super, thank you.
So Dan, could you clarify that the urban forestry dollars that were moved to storm, were those supplemental to or in addition to or trying to add to monies, or is that, or everything was moved out of the general fund over to storm?
Everything was moved general over to storm.
And now it's been removed from storm in order to get this in alignment, and we have no urban forestry program?
No, that's incorrect, Mayor. So
Alright,
the
that's what
urban
it- that's what
forestry
it sounds
program.
like. That's what I wanted to clarify, because that's what I think the council heard.
So you've got 2 employees as a part of the urban forestry program. They're still funded out of the general fund inside of the Parks Operations Division. We are also transferring some stormwater dollars and about $135,000 per year from the stormwater fund into the general fund in order to support urban forestry during this next 2-year period. We were slowly shifting, I would say, urban forestry into stormwater because there is that nexus between the ability of trees to mitigate some of the
Right, we know we have a
stormwater
growing problem. We were attempting to put more resources there. We're realizing we were probably overly ambitious, that the rates weren't supporting that, so we're pulling back for the time being to reevaluate it. I just was concerned that when Councilmember Ross asked the question about that, the answer that I believe she heard was, there's no urban forestry program. So
No.
Took out some of that funding, and I want to just make it a detail of what I meant by that. We took out the street, for now, we've taken out the additional funding for street sweeping and disposal fees that was above and beyond what we've done in the past. We've also taken out all the street tree replacements. So that's what I meant. We took out the new, pretty much the new funding for urban forestry.
Right,
We did
we-
not take out.
So
the
do you
old
offhand,
funding.
Drew, not that we're in that portion of the budget, know approximately what we have in the general fund in the Parks Department for, or we're going to be getting to Parks in a moment, right? Dan? You're doing Parks tonight? Dan, you're doing Parks tonight, are you not?
We can do parks tonight or no?
Well, you did,
Yes,
that's
we can
where
do
we, that's
parks,
where we left off.
parks, facility, and
That's-
street.
We left off last night just before we got to Parks, so let's address that question when we get to Parks then. All right. Councilmember Shepherd.
So the $140,000 that you're taking out of urban trees, or whatever it is that going to impact the Stellar project?
No, it's not. We're still, we're getting ready to go to bid with Stellar. That's in this year's budget, so that won't affect it at all.
But as far as replacing the trees, that comes next year, right?
Comes next year, but you guys authorized, approved it, so we're moving forward with that project now.
The money
What we
from
were
eight-
referring to is the new set of street trees, and like Councilmember Ross asked, it's the new work that we were proposing for urban forestry. So we still have Phil, still have existing urban forestry program, and that's still moving forward.
But
The money's approved in 18 will roll over to 19 is what you're saying.
Correct.
It's just not clear exactly what's being removed specifically.
new trees.
Well, it's mostly, it was enhancements to
Which
the urban
trees?
forestry program to more aggressively address those issues, was it not, Dan? That's what we were
Correct.
trying to do with the increases in the stormwater?
Correct.
And to eventually move more of it over to there?
We're proposing $250,000 a year, a 10-year program for street tree replacement, primarily the SR1, and some miscellaneous street trees, and that's the program Robert was referring to.
And of the $240,000, how much of that was enhancement?
100%.
That, does that answer your question? So what's removed is the entire enhancement. It's back to basically status quo on what we've been funding for the urban forestry program to date.
Okay.
At least for the time being, until we can more thoroughly take this apart and reevaluate all of it, and have more conversations with the council on some of these issues. Councilmember Holloway.
Your file system was muy interesting, but can we get back on this so I can follow the conversation?
What do you mean by file system?
I was looking at the screen and about ready to ask questions on this slide, and then the slide was gone. There was a file system. There was other things going. Can we stay on one thing for a while, okay?
We did that really well for the first 50 minutes.
All right,
We did it too well for the first video.
Councilmember Holloway, please proceed. What's your question?
Okay, so on this slide, my question, so we're taking out street sweeping?
We're going to do that internally instead of contracting it, correct?
Okay, so we're not discontinuing street sweeping, we're just pulling it in-house?
Correct.
Okay, because I was worried we were going to get crosswise with NPDES. All right. And we had 40,000 budgeted for engineering services to support NPDES. We're not proceeding forward on that program. Was that pulled in-house also?
Annually street sweeping disposal. Right, we're going to pull that in-house. We're going to do that ourselves with the engineering staff.
Okay, because that needs to happen. I mean, they're serious about salmon, guys. So if we're not on it, they're going to come after us. And same thing with the catch basin cleaning, we'll do that in-house?
Correct.
Councilmember Sunwell.
Aren't we above the falls?
Our water flows down. What we do to our water affects
it.
the downstream water.
Sure.
Councilmember May, you had some conclusions, it sounded?
Yes, I see what you've done. It matches I understand what you've done, and it exactly addresses the concerns I brought up. I would just point out to my fellow council members, I think there's two types of things that they've adjusted for here. Some are like the street sweeping, something that I sort of think of as operations, which is ongoing stuff, and they've made an adjustment. They wanted to do something. They've seen there isn't money right now to do that, so they've pulled that back off. The other thing they pulled off, though, are things that I think of as capital expenditures, things like the tree program that we were just discussing. That doesn't mean, that means it's off for these couple days, for this budget we're about to pass. But we're already looking at all those capital kind of expenditures. We're already planning to do that across the boards, including here, in the next couple months. So no one was going to plant any trees in the middle of the winter anyway. So I really don't think, I mean, it's not that we're making a permanent decision on those items. It's we're saying, hey, wait, we need to have that conversation in the context of the whole utilities. What does it mean to rates? How are we going to pay for this? How much would rates have to move to do these things? So those things are we're just putting that off till we have time over the winter to do that. And we're just saying no for now. For now, we're saying live within the rates that we have passed and that are in operation. So that's what they're pulling their budget request back to, and that seems like a very appropriate approach to me.
Yeah, mostly capital related items that we pulled back out to. Councilmember Holloway.
All right, so I start thinking and I'm still hurting. So I'm taking call it $360,000 out of the budget. But you guys are telling me I'm not losing anything because we're pulling it in-house. I lost something for $360,000. Would I lose?
What? You want?
Councilmember Holloway, one of the biggest problems that we're going to see here, we're cutting this to razor thin. We're going to have to just inspect the catch basins, and we're kind of cutting out all of the money we would use to bring in a Vector truck to clean these catch basins. We're just going to have to really live until we get into the winter and work on this again. This is cut down to just barely what we need here. If we find 30% of the catch basins with a lot of sediment in them, we're going to very quickly go over our repair and maintenance budget by using these Vector trucks at $2,000 a day. But we are living within our means. There are dangers in this because of the NPDES permit. But if we're just talking about getting through to the winter, I think we're going to be okay. The new permit doesn't start until August 31st, and we've done all of our maintenance for the year, so we do have a little window in there where we're going to be okay because our maintenance is caught up right now.
Bob?
I want to reemphasize what was discussed earlier. I understand staff has operations to take care of, but we are going to get on this winter and have council. We'll be providing more information as soon as possible into the new year. We're gonna freeze it for now, very deliberately, but get the work done that has to get done. I appreciate Todd's comments, but we're going to have to do this. We have to get this straightened out. Let's move on, Dan.
All right, you guys want to pick up in the parks side, or?
Is there any more questions on the stormwater first? I want to make sure we address everything.
Council, any other questions on stormwater utilities in general? Water, storm, sewer? Councilmember Ross?
So removing the administrative assistant, is that going to delay projects then that we're
No, it
working
won't.
on? I mean,
No.
we
Will
have
not
new
delay.
projects coming up that they'll be working on. There'll be no delay?
No, there won't be any delays.
Councilmember Sunwell?
So I think what Councilmember Brian Holloway, sorry, I'm still thinking about salmon. So you guys came to us with a headcount proposal, and when it's taken away or when you pull it back, just like some of these other services that we've talked about, and the answer is no effect.
No, there will be effect. There will be additional work on existing staff, but as City Administrator Larson said, we're going to quickly get through this. We're going to work through it with finance, and we'll bring it back to you in the spring and revisit that.
Okay, just understand that when you do come forward with that, the burden of proof to show that you need it might have just gotten higher because you've just told us you can go without it.
Mayor, let me explain further. We have to literally break these three: water, sanitary sewer, especially storm, break it down again and have it gone. We have to hire, we're going to have an engineer that's currently vacant. We're going to hire a CIP project manager for that, who understands the engineering side, but also the numbers side. We're going to grab one of the two analysts, perhaps potentially maybe both of them, and tear this thing apart and come back and rebuild it with the council. That's the internal discussions that have been had. We need to get this straightened out. I'm being frank about this.
So what you're saying is the ducks aren't in a row enough to justify that, in this case, head count right now, but once the ducks are in a row, you fully expect that that will be needed.
We want a better plan going forward. Operations will continue. With the programs that have been discussed and proposed, we're going to lay those aside, freeze them for right now. Even some of the capital projects. We'll continue to pay for projects that have storm included if it's a bond payment. We need to go back and reanalyze this thing and have a better plan going forward.
Councilmember Ross?
So there still is a CIP project manager that would be added?
It's not being added. It's not additional. Currently, there's a vacant position. Kim Scattarelli was the engineer. We're going to replace that position with the CIP, the project manager. So there shouldn't be any particular offset as far as new positions.
Okay.
The collective wince of the council was not lost on us last night when part of the answer about how to sustain these in the long run was to have to do rate increases, and that's kind of putting the cart before the horse. We really need to slow down, as Bob says, tear it apart, rebuild it, identify those needs, have a conversation with the council that would agree that part of a solution in terms of existing resources, funds, and reserves is if a rate increase is required, you need to be the ones giving us direction and a decision as to whether you're agreeable to a rate increase for those needs or saying those needs simply aren't going to be met. And so we need to get the cart and the horse in the right direction there. Councilmember Sunwell.
Yeah, I think in fairness, this isn't to justify that it's happened, but in fairness, in the organization that grows, there's a lot of scrambling and like throwing stuff on the wall and there's become these things. You get to the top of the hill and you're like, wow, we talked about this last year with some of our processes, some of our hygiene within the city. I know you love that word, has just not kept up, right? And so again, I'm not justifying it. I mean, I'm glad we're recognizing it. There will be a time 5, 6, 7, 10 years from now where we'll probably be having the same conversation where carts start and get behind the horse. And it's just the nature, I think, of organizations in general that grow. And so good on you for catching it and acknowledging that we have to figure that out. We have to stop throwing stuff at the wall. We talking swing sets?
Okay. Throwing stuff at the wall sounds nicer than hygiene. So.
All right, we moving on to the, just a second.
Mayor, I don't know how the rest of the council feels.
Councilor Mayhew.
My feeling is there's no need to spend any more time on these utility slides. I think
Yeah,
we
we're
get
gonna
it.
move to
I think we get
parks.
it.
You think what?
I think we get it.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, I think we're ready to move on to parks now.
More to come. We got different slides. Hold on. Your slides. That one.
I guess we got to make sure we got the right slide deck up here, the most recent one.
Definitely want to show the file system while Brian's looking.
We'll tell you when to look, Brian.
Councilmember Salmon.
Councilmember Sunwell, if it makes you feel better, I often have those blank moments, but I thought I've done pretty good recently, remember, but there's, I've been there before where it's suddenly you're like, what's your name?
Who's this guy eat dinner with every night?
Updating.
Oh, now I'm hurt.
Closing out of it.
You're hurt. My wife's.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break, let these guys get the ducks in a row, so we'll reconvene at 6:25.
Hey, Dan, are you busy?
We're going to talk about park.
All righty, so the Parks budget is probably the easiest one. This has pretty minimal changes. You'll see the personnel service, standard increase service supplies, and pretty basic. Don't believe there's any questions in Parks. It's going along very well. We have.
Let's go back to Parks for a second.
What's that?
So on Parks, I just wanted to make the comment about the projected budgets. So in 2018, we did under budget Parks, and I think I mentioned this last time, especially with our utility costs, and the cost for water did go up this summer. So the 18 projection, you can see there's not much difference between 18 and 19. Again, I wasn't here last year, so I don't know what the deliberations were with the mid-year budget review. However, we did under budget a bit of the sections in Parks, and so this budget in 19 accurately reflects what the expenditures are. We also had a landscape contract that did begin in 18 that wasn't budgeted for at the beginning of the year. That's part of the budget amendments that Drew presented last night to council. That contract was approved by council earlier this year. That did increase significantly the landscaping budget for Parks. And so the general fund budget, you can see, we're still not much higher than we were in 16 and 17 because some of the other expenditures were reduced, or some of the other expenditures that happened in those years did not happen in the future. So we're still looking at a pretty good baseline budget. It's just higher than it was originally budgeted in 18.
Councilmember Sunwell, I'm sorry. Well, I wanted to clarify, just so the council understands, when you say water rates went up, the Parks Department does have to pay for the utility department for the irrigation that it uses in the park, so.
And depending on the dry summer.
So they just keep borrowing and taking money away from each other in the department. Councilmember Sunwell.
So my understanding is that capital projects such as just throwing like the inclusive park or lights at those are things that are not in here that we'll discuss in the spring.
So this is operations only. Yes.
So help me understand. I know it's a small number, but what do you mean by capital outlay then? Is that
that was a really
the $3,000?
Yeah, I know it's only 3,000. I'm just trying to understand from a principal perspective if we're not.
Yeah, that's a. I don't recall top of my head what the 3,000 was. It was pretty minor. So.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can't do anything for $3,000. I mean, so I'm just
new lawnmower blades and a.
No.
You get a new sidewalk in front of your house?
Lawnmower blades aren't capital.
That's true.
Yeah, the parks are in the other. We have.
So are you saying that shouldn't be there?
No, I'm saying we can take a look. It was $3,000. We didn't.
The reason
pay
I
too much
ask is not because I care about $3,000. The reason I ask is I want to understand what the difference is between the capital expenses we're talking about now and the capital expenses we're punting until spring. And so when I see any amount of money in a capital outlay budget, I want to understand, well, how's that capital different from the capital we're punting on?
Okay, so this number, we're going to look at what that expenditure is specifically. It's not even large enough to be a capitalized. Capitalized
right. It's too small.
It should be zero, and that should probably. I'm assuming whatever that is should be in the services and supplies category.
Yeah, it's too small to be capital.
But you've got to have some annual reoccurring capital improvements that need to be done that should be in the operations budget. I guess that, Councilmember Sunwell, I think that's part of your question, is that number seems too low to.
So I'm
What is it?
We're at workshop number 9,
Yeah.
and we've still got slides that have rogue numbers on them.
Councilmember Shepherd.
So going back to Parks slide. So why is it that the personnel services percent change 2019 over 2018 is 7%?
We had worked that out with finance on the seasonal staff. We didn't have that included because we had struggled to hire seasonal staff this year. So when they looked at it, they didn't see the numbers going up. So we met with them afterwards, and then we had to increase that seasonal staff number to account for 6 staff members.
Okay.
Councilmember Mayhew.
So I just want to ask a couple questions in the interest of getting us all on the same page. I'm not trying to criticize someone, please. I don't care why something happened. I just want to talk about how it will work going forward. Because some of the language that's just used kind of struck me funny. So my belief, and correct me, maybe my belief is wrong, but my belief is that when we pass a budget, that's not a suggestion. That is an absolute maximum that cannot be exceeded without coming back and asking our permission. So the notion, you know, and I don't remember who, and please, I'm not trying to call him out, you know, words like, well, we went over budget because we didn't think of something, or, you know, we ended up spending more than we thought we would. Like that, to me, those are not things that can happen. There's a budget, and if you forgot something, and therefore you can't pay for it out of the budget, you can't, either you can't do it, you just can't have your seasonal workers or whatever the heck, you just can't have it, or you have to come back and ask us to amend the budget. Now, is that everyone's understanding as well, or am I off? Am I making some wrong assumptions, or?
Yeah. So back to Councilmember Mayhew, back to what I said, I believe at the beginning of the process, when I started, I really wanted to make sure that we have a 2-year budget and we build a 2-year budget, at least for the past couple of years. And again, all respect to my predecessors that had a large job. The budget was pretty much done on an annual basis. And because of that, if you just look at our financial reports, for example, there were dozens and dozens and dozens of budget amendments. Our goal is to have as little as possible going into the year. There's always going to be something anticipated that we have to go back to council to. And there's a couple things, items we decided to come back, such as capital, such as the utilities budget. But just overall, day-to-day expenditures, we want a sustainable budget. And that's why we did increase some of the departments. That's why we're basing 19 off what 18 actuals is. If I went back to the 18 budget in parks, it was not budgeted correctly, honestly. There was a couple things that didn't happen yet, like the landscaping budget.
Yeah, I don't care about 18. Just
Right.
so what you're saying
So
for
what we're
19
saying
is
right, we're basing it on what we're projecting 18 to be,
and
rather
so
than the budget.
You guys are going to live with that budget.
Mhm.
And something better be really wrong. You really had a unexpected thing or a blower, and then you'll come back to us, and in that case, you'll ask for more money. But the expectation is that's your budget. You find a way to live within it. Is that everybody's thinking? Is that how?
All the
is mine?
departments are instructed to do that for a 2-year period, yes.
Okay, thanks. There's just some wording that led me to think maybe we weren't all thinking that way, so thank you.
Councilmember Shepherd.
So obviously, for the previous batch of departments, we made an exception to that understanding. So I don't know how, this is my first year of being on council, so I don't know how budgets normally work and how easy it is to anticipate what you need as far as spending. So just wanted to make that comment that I'm observing that we've already acknowledged that we're anticipating changes after the new year starts.
Understand that it's probably equally as often that the council or council members come back during a year and say, hey, we'd like you to look at this item that wasn't budgeted, and as much as staff bringing it forward too. So it kind of comes from two directions. There are a couple different.
And Councilmember Shepherd, to your point, when we go back to what we talked about, the pots of money before, so utilities is the biggest pot in the city, of course, but it's an enterprise, so it's different. And because we had the debt issuance, we had unique circumstances, and we're looking to build a new CIP plan.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah, so that's why we're coming back for those specific 3 items.
Councilmember Mayhew.
Yeah, Mayor, to your comment, I completely agree with that. And the thing that I'm foreseeing is, which I've often thought in the past was missing, but the thing I'm foreseeing is when either staff or council members say, hey, we want to add something to the budget, some expenditure, that part of that conversation is be, where the heck's the money coming from, right? So, because we've got an expectation of what the revenue is, and we've got a budget that spends that revenue, and there's none left over. So we're always going to have to start asking. There's going to have to be more explicit discussion of how the heck are we going to afford this thing we're doing. Either we're going to cut something else, or we've had some revenue we didn't expect, something like. But those are the kind of conversations, right, that would happen.
Yeah, and I just wanted to dispel or mitigate the notion that it was somehow a lack of discipline from staff or administration all the time. And it frankly, it doesn't have to do with the lack of discipline. It has to do with what Councilmember Shepherd just noted, or even Councilmember Sunwall, about growth. I mean, it's a rapidly changing, fast-growing community with a lot of changes and demands out there, and when you have that dynamic, changing environment, it's more difficult to predict And so, 8 months into the year, we suddenly have some issue that comes up from residents or others and that council wants to take seriously. And so there's nothing wrong or perfectly legitimate to bring it back. But then to your point, it's either what are we going to cut to make that happen, or do we have capacity and some reserves? We fortunately, because of the growth we've had, have had the capacity to do that. That day is coming to an end, as you pointed out, Councilman Ray, here, where we won't have as easily say, hey, we got all this one-time revenues from all the growth that we've been experiencing for 12, 13, for 15 years. And it won't be as easy to have some of those conversations in the future. Councilmember Ross.
To that point, you went past the ER&R budget summary, and there are 29 vehicles that are vehicles and equipment past their year of replacement, right there. So have those been added to the budget, or are we going to do without them for the next 2 years?
We're going to bring that back to you as well in the spring.
So is that capital, or what is that? So why aren't we budgeting for it now then?
It's already, we've got a reserve for that.
Councilmember Shepherd.
We have a reserve for that, these vehicles, right?
Yeah, we went through all those numbers before, if you recall.
Right, but we approved 12 vehicles in 2019 and 8 vehicles in 2020. So 29 vehicles that are past their year of replacement.
Right, we're going through that list, and there's a few on there we're revising ourselves with fleet staff. So we're going to bring that back to you guys.
Councilmember Sunwell.
So is ER&R, I'm not going to say this right, but is it sort of budget independent in that it has its, so we don't need to get too worked up in November about how many cars we're going to buy in 2019 and 2020, because that's always going to come out of ER&R, which is its own fund. It's dedicated to that and that only. And so therefore, we don't have to have that nailed down this month or next month for 2019, because if you're saying you're going to come back to us on it, then again, that's another thing we're punting till after the budget's approved, that we already know right now we're going to have to go make a budget amendment on.
Councilmember Sunwall, if there's any recommendations for changes to what we purchase, they'll be within our reserve, so to speak, as Councilmember Shepherd mentioned. We will not be changing the allocations to departments in the next 2 years.
So I think what I hear you saying is you're saying yes to the sort of, not really a question that I asked, which was, is this sort of outside of the traditional budget because it has its own fund?
Well, we charge out. So again, we're charging out for the vehicle replacement. And when we did an evaluation, part of what happened was some of the older vehicles were not part of that replacement. So that's why you see the list of 29 instead of just the 12. But the question is, do all of those have to be replaced? That's an internal assessment. Are some of them, going to last another 20 years, like the snowplow, I think it is, and they can, live past the expected lifespan? Or are they just pool cars that are sitting out here and we don't care if they're here for 10 years till they die, like the Prius?
And those are precisely the policy questions the council should have is, do we want to be dumping vehicles once the powertrain warranty's done, or can we keep it 2 or 3 years beyond that? We want to hear analysis from the fleet operator to say if, what's the cost benefit analysis of going beyond a powertrain warranty or the risks. Those are conversations and policy issues that we need to refine. As I recall, in the conversation we went through this fleet budget in detail, we were refunding it to the point that even if you pulled the trigger on all 49 vehicles, it would pretty much deplete the reserve, but you could cover them all. Not likely that we're going to do that, but
correct. The funds are there.
So to answer your question, the funds, there wouldn't be an amendment to the budget or anything else. It's, we're putting enough money to create that smoothing in terms of the smooth amount of money that's being put in.
Right, because what's budgeted is actually the money the department is paying to the fund.
Correct.
That's what's budgeted, and that's essentially what we're approving.
Right.
Although whether you come back to us with 29 vehicles in the next 2 years or 9, those all have to come back to us for approval and justification of why you guys think they need it and why we think you don't, and then we come figure something out, right?
Correct. But the monies in the reserves will be there for that. Councilmember Mayhew and Councilmember Shepherd, and I suspect Councilmember Holloway.
So I just want to make, this is a really important point about how this works. The way the way to think about this is, it's really important to think about this is, if you've got a vehicle that you're going to replace, let's say, so remember, we're not borrowing and then paying it off, right, like most people buy cars. We're doing what's referred to as a sinking fund. We put the money in so that it's there when it's time to buy the new vehicle.
Or like most cities buy cars.
So if a car, if we think we have to buy a car in 7 years and it's going to cost $70,000, then we're going to put away $10,000 a year. But here's the thing. If that car can do just fine for 14 years, then by gosh, we should only be putting aside $5,000 a year. When we put aside $10,000 a year, that's $5,000 we don't spend on something else. So there are very real consequences of the lives that we choose for these vehicles. And so I think that's what the mayor was getting at, is there's a policy decision to be made about when do we buy a new vehicle? Do we buy it as soon as it's off the powertrain warranty? Do we replace it at some other time? These are policy type decisions. You know, in my house, we have 3 cars. 2 of the 3 cars are off the powertrain warranty, and they're doing fine. But I could have decided, hey, let's buy a new car when the powertrain warranty. These are decisions you make, right? And they have very real meaning. So the way we got to think about these funds is, what we're going to do is we're going to authorize expenditures. So when they buy a vehicle, that's an expenditure. It's out of this fund over here. Now this fund is also charging this fund over here to replenish itself. So that expenditure over here to fund in, that's another expenditure that we're going to authorize. So we're authorizing each of these expenditures in the different funds. So we're actually doing all of that. But that's the thing we're doing, is we're authorizing the expenditures. Right? So hopefully, I don't know if that helps. But I think if 49 vehicles get purchased in the next 2 years, then that depletes the fund and the replenishment has to be this big. If only half of those happen, then the replenishment rate maybe goes down, which means we have more money available in the budget for other things. So these things are very important decisions that we make. We've got to kind of track through the implications of each of the decisions we make. So I think what the city, the finance director was trying to tell us is the charge out rates are fixed for the next 2 years. They're not going to ask for a change in that whether we buy 20 cars or 49. They're still going to charge out at the rate they're charging out at. But I would just point out, if we bought 49, if we bought 20 instead of 49, it may be that 2 years from now they come to us with a lower charge out rate than they would otherwise if we bought 49 vehicles. So it will have a very real meaning. What they're telling us is they're going to isolate that for this biennium. The charge out rates won't change, but then they'll relook at the fund balance at that point, depending on what we've done. So we'll get into all that, I assume, when we talk about these other 29. So we're only telling them now, if we approve what they've asked, we're telling them you can buy 20. That's it for the 2 years. You have to come ask for the other 29, which we may or may not say yes to. And we'll think through the implications to future charge out rates and fund balances and the fund balance and all that sort of thing when they come with that request, is my thinking. So it seems reasonable what they're doing, but we just got to realize it's not that those extra 29 vehicles are never free. There's always a implication of the choice we make to the budget.
Councilmember Shepherd and Councilmember Holloway.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot what I was going to ask.
I'll come back to you after Holloway and see if you remember. Councilmember Bryan, or whatever your name
Slide
is.
right there. I have proposed enhancements of 100,000 and 8,050, which answers my question of what's happening in 2020. But I got 7,900 in 2019 that I don't see. It's listed as enhancement, but I don't see a matching enhancement. So more work to be done here, guys.
Can we have it? I mean, we have it on the enhancement list, so we do have it on a different slide.
Which slide?
It's on the
Continue doing
other
this. We're
attachment.
going to have some narratives that we're going to give to you at the end of the meeting today, and it'll clarify some of this.
Okay, can we go to the ER&R? Because I was concerned about,
on the
no,
second
the
attachment.
budget. There's a budget page for ER&R? Well, no.
You woke me up.
Well, that's fine. Go one slide down. So I'm concerned from prior to the conversation. Now, go one more slide. So I really, I want to reinforce what you're saying is that we've approved basically two actions. One, the expenditure in the other departments to support ER&R.
All the allocations.
And in this case, it's your revenue source. We've said that's the revenue you're getting. We're also approving that's what you're going to spend right now. And if you want to change that or bring any of those other 29 vehicles in, that's a budget change.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, because we kind of got talking about, well, you can spend what you, as long as you have money. No, it's, you can spend what you've been budgeted to spend, and changes to that
Right.
need to be a
Yeah, I
budget
thought
change.
that's what Councilman you said.
Councilmember Shepherd, did you remember your question? All right.
It's not important.
So in the facility, can we move on?
Still.
Facilities budget. Here, we did remove the Point Park shelter maintenance. We removed that, and we'll bring that back to you as part of the discussion items in the spring. And the proposed enhancements you see here is the maintenance plan. The facilities maintenance plan, similar to a utilities plan that you guys approved with RH2 for water, sewer, storm. We need one in facilities, and that's what you see here in the 2020 year. The admin fee, I believe that's just Drew.
No.
Sorry.
No.
What's no?
No. So that represents the CIP project manager. So, for example, in 2019, out of this fund alone, we anticipate funding the CIP project manager with about $8,000. In 2020, we're going to be funding out of this fund the CIP project manager about $8,050. Correct.
Sorry about that.
Right, so it's the CIP project manager and contract administrator. So there's a percentage of his labor that's been allocated to the facilities maintenance fund.
Councilmember Sunwell.
So the facilities maintenance plan for $100,000, is that to execute a plan that already exists, or is that to pay somebody to develop a plan for us?
We have to pay someone to develop a plan for us.
Okay. So this is going to get my same, when I see like a study or a plan, it's going to.
Correct.
Nails on a chalkboard. But, okay, so that gets nothing done other than that gets us, somebody takes a plan off the shelf, they replace X city with Snoqualmie, give us the plan, charge us $100,000, and then we execute the plan for some additional amount of
No, the
money.
answer is no.
Yeah. It's not that simple. Not that simple, but we're going to have to come back to you. We're going to have to go through an RFQ process. We're going to have to go through, like we did with the library, and we'll get somebody on board. We'll come back to you as to the council, ask authorization for approval.
I'm being somewhat facetious. I mean, I understand what you're saying, Councilmember Sunwell. There is some of that. There's certainly a formaic way that these consultants were approached the analysis. But I think if you go through some of these extensive studies like the a water or sewer utility rate plan, there's a great deal. I mean, you can just sense there's a tremendous amount of work and hours of work that go into assessing our proprietary inventory.
Yeah, not every plan's the same. Not every city has the same exact four buildings.
Yeah,
or
it's
five
highly
buildings like we do.
proprietary information that's quite a bit of time that goes into those, and it's profoundly valuable then too to set the direction of what the needs are. Councilmember Jeans and Councilmember Shepherd.
Maybe this is an appropriate time to talk about the Snoqualmie Point Park shelter. It needs to be re-roofed. It's a unique design, and wood shingles. All of that lends itself to, it gets battered in the wind, and it's very expensive to replace. Is there some way it can be redesigned so that it still has some aesthetic qualities, but it isn't so out there on a design standpoint that we just can't really afford to replace these roofs on a regular basis?
You mean, so it's a little, I mean, I like what you're saying, Councilmember, just somewhat resilient, like maybe getting rid of the little sky, putting standing seam metal roof on instead of cedar, something that would give it more life.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that when we look at the shingles. When we hire somebody to come in, take a look at the maintenance and what we need to do. We'll explore options, bring it back to you guys.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ross?
So did you add this, or? I thought
Oh, I'm
you
sorry, Councilmember,
removed
I'm
it?
sorry, I skipped.
Oh, we're just
Councilmember Shepherd was in the queue. I'll come right back to you after Councilmember Shepherd.
So when you bring back the options, can you bring back the options of just removing it?
Removing the shelter?
The roof.
Yeah, the shelter, yeah, removing the shelter.
The entire shelter?
It's just legs with a roof, right?
I think she's asking for option 4, could be not having it.
We don't typically build things to take them out.
He's saying 4 is our toxic choice on everything.
No, I was trying to be fine. I didn't mean it that way. I'm just saying, when you come forward with it, there's re-roof it, there's not re-roof it, there's not have it, and that's just one of the things.
Right, understood.
Yeah,
We'll
maybe
bring
it
back
costs-
all options. to
Maybe
you
it
guys.
costs $2,000 to remove it or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll bring all options
Sure.
back to you guys.
Okay.
Anything else, Councilmember Shepherd?
Nope.
Councilmember Ross?
So I thought I heard that you're removing that from the budget. You're adding it to the budget, or you're removing it from the budget?
We're removing it tonight, and then we're going to revisit it along with the utilities, everything, bring it back to you guys.
Later, okay.
Correct.
As a capital project. Dan, as a capital project,
Yes, as a I'm sorry, yes,
Okay.
as a capital project.
not a maintenance. It's got a long lifetime to put it on a maintenance schedule. Councilmember Holloway?
Okay, so I had affordable housing study for $200,000, which is really $75,000. And I think you pay for what you get. Facilities maintenance plan, can you do it for $78,000?
We don't, we'll come back to you once we go through the RFQ process. We'll have an actual number when we have the scope and everything in place.
That's one of the cheapest prices I've seen. Bob?
I would suggest the council can hear this and others, that you're taking it out, the $130,000 maintenance item. You should be putting that as part of the facilities maintenance plan. Include this structure in there. Get some ideas from the folks you're going to be hiring anyway.
Right. Yeah, we can do that.
So don't be budgeting out an expenditure until you have some sense of what we should be doing with it.
But that,
Yeah, we don't have to,
but that's
Councilmember
$100,000 for a sorry.
You had the floor to begin, ended with you anyways. Go
It's
ahead.
$100,000 for a document.
a blueprint for how we're going to maintain our facilities.
Agreed. But it doesn't build anything in and of itself.
Correct.
So I'm reluctant to throw the $130,000 in there
We're
as
not
a
throwing it in
placeholder
there.
to build something.
We're not throwing it in there. They were removing $130,000 from this budget. It's not coming back until we've got a facilities maintenance
Oh,
plan.
I thought you were suggesting move the $130,000
No.
on top of the
Sorry, no.
Saying
$100,000.
add it to the plan.
It should be part of that plan.
Add the
That's one of our
structure to the
facilities.
plan.
Right.
Right. Along with, and the facilities plan is doing all facilities, whether it's enterprise facilities or general fund facilities, restrooms, lift stations, city halls, fire stations, police, the whole gamut, or
Police, fire, city hall, public works, parks, building, things of that nature.
not restrooms, not lift stations, not,
With the,
I don't, we'll consider that.
Parks,
We'll
facilities,
consider that when we
picnic
look at the
shelters.
maintenance plan.
Councilmember Holloway?
so I guess, but that's still a smaller or not as complicated as doing a utilities plan.
True.
Yeah, no,
Okay, and we're
not at all.
$100,000. You pay for what you get. I'm just asking, can I live with a $78,000 plan versus $100,000 plan? But
Mayor?
we'll see. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bob?
Until we get the request for proposals out, we receive these proposals back, get some sense of what they'll actually be charging. I think it's important just to have a number in there. I think a number is, we're estimating about $100,000. We hope not to have to spend all that, but we want to make certain that we at least have enough money in there to pay for something.
Where did you get the
Saying go for
100,000 number, Dan?
RFQs. We've worked at, we called other cities, and I know Brian said ops manager, Brian Kraus, has said he's done this before, so little bit of experience, and once we get the RFQ process in place, get a scope, that's when we bring it back to you, and we'll have a solid number as to what it's going to be.
Councilmember Mayhew?
So, just want to make a suggestion on this is, I'm pausing because I'm worried about opening up a debate on a term that I I'm trying, well, I guess we have to, here's my thought. When I think about the operating budget, I think about that the concept to me is this is the stuff that happens every year. Salaries, gas in the vehicles. This is the stuff that happens every year. That to me is an operating budget. And spiky stuff that happens only once every many, many years, that's not operating. That's other than operating. So when we talk about recurring operating revenues paying for operating expenses. So we're saying non-recurring revenues are out. And then I think, yeah, and non-recurring expenses are also out, and those things sort of get matched up. So the point I'm trying to lead to is, to me, the 100,000, I wouldn't put it in your operating budget. I'd put it in your capital budget, or call it, I don't care if you call it capital budget, call it special revenue. I'm not trying to get into a debate about the terminology of capital budget. I'm just trying to say it's spiky. Put it in the spiky budget. Right?
I have good news for you. We did make a last minute update to this.
Aha.
And we took one of the spiky items out, which is the Snoqualmie Point Park Shelter, because I believe it involves either in the facilities fund that we're setting up that council's going to decide on, or in the Parks Improvement Fund.
100% agree with you on that, and I would just suggest you think about taking that facilities
Probably the
maintenance
same thing
plan
about
out.
the master plan.
Yeah.
And just making this more of an internal service fund.
Just make this an operating, take the spiky stuff out. It would be my advice to you.
You're suggesting taking the $100,000 plan cost into the spiky fund.
Into a spiky fund.
Yeah, we can do that.
And similarly, and I don't, maybe we'll come back later and talk about this, but I look at that capital outlay line, and my thought is take the capital outlay line and put it in the spiky fund. Because while it looks similar, 390 and 400, it kind of looks like an operating thing. It's going to be like that much per year. But look at the history. It's not necessarily, right?
And Councilmember Mayhew, part of the evaluation that we're going to do on our internal service funds, especially on this fund, is the fact that we are charging out based on what the needs are of certain buildings, and City Hall, of course, needs the steps. So we have been charging out to pay for those items in here. So I agree with you. There's probably some items that in the future will move out. So that's something where it's going to take us, I think, a couple of years to make that whole. We'll transition to that.
But follow the logic of what I'm getting at. So I know you are, if the spiky expenditure is here, that means you have to charge it out to the operating budgets of police, fire, parks, everybody. So it's getting paid for out of the recurring revenues. So if instead you say, hey, that stuff's spiky expenditure, you pull it out and you put it and you match it up with the spiky revenues, it doesn't have to flow through your internal services. So if you're talking about things like painting and stuff like that, yeah, I agree with you. This is the right way to do it. But if you're talking about, put an extension on a building, I think I think our concept that this city's been operating on, which is non-recurring revenues over here, that would be spiky expenditure that should match up over there, not run through operations. So I think it may be a lot more useful for us to relook at that 390 and 400, look what's in there, and to the extent there's spiky stuff in there, pull that out and let's deal with that in the capital. We're calling it the capital process. We're going to deal with the spiky revenue and deal with it there as opposed to part of the operating budgets. So
we already, at this point, here's the tricky part, because I thought exactly of that when we were doing this budget, this particular budget and these particular projects. They were already charged out. The funding is already there to do them within that fund. So for this round of funds, but I think that's it. I think we transition after. That was kind of our plan internally when we evaluated this particular fund, that I think going forward, meaning beyond 20 or even projects that come up before then, that's moved into the new capital construction fund, as we're going to call it.
Councilmember Mayo, I suspect we've strived over the last decade to try and move increasingly toward a budget that's structured, I think, the way you described. And because a lot more predictability than I guess what I'm struggling with the current council, and I think where we would all benefit greatly, and that's why I'm looking forward to these conversations about things like capital budgets, is trying to we need to all understand, we need to come up with some common definitions of these issues together. And what I mean is, like I heard you make the comment that painting, maybe that's operational, but then I'm thinking, well, that's kind of spiky because I don't paint a building like a police department doesn't get painted but once every eight or 9 years, or a new roof put on every 15, 20 years. So to me, that's spiky. So it would be very helpful in those conversations for us to sort of come to sort of these common definitions about what do we mean by one time or sort of non-reoccurring operational versus capital, and that's going to help tremendously as we refine and kind of tune this up.
Mayor, you're dead right, and I 100% agree with that. And I just want to point out in that vein, if you look, wait, the slide changed. Can we put it back? If you look at that 2016 column, that 220,000 of capital outlay, we funded that with spiky revenue. We funded that in 2016 with REIT. Okay, so we have, in fact, while we ran it through this facilities fund, we actually also transferred in spiky revenue to cover it. So our actual behavior for facilities is we've actually paid for the spiky expenditures with the spiky revenue. And so that's the thing that's jumping out at me is now we're kind of, by putting into recharge rates, we're kind of pushing that expense into the non-spiky revenue, which means it's no longer available for things like an additional FTE over here or over there. And so I'm just kind of worried about that. Let's follow our practice of spiky revenues pay for spiky expenses. So that's kind of the discussion that was behind what.
Because I suspect that the heart of your concern is that when the spiky revenues are thrown into what looks like an operational budget, then it gives the impression we have a lot more resources than we really do in terms of building a sustainable budget.
That's my point.
Councilmember Shepherd.
So one of the concerns I have is when you start to re-swizzle what things you bucket together or collect together, you may lose the ability to keep track of your history of what's happened in the past, to get a sense of where you are in terms of spending in the future. And so I'm really concerned that we don't have the numbers associated with these things. We don't have the detail of what we're looking at. I guess I really am uncomfortable with the lack of information that we're been given for this process.
Well, I guess that's indicative again of the growing pains we've gone through over the years. One of the conversations is we're probably a city that needs to transition to an accrual basis versus cash basis of accounting. We're coming to that size where we've just outgrown cash basis. It would be like a company that started using Quicken software, and so we either stick to some old models and ways of allocating things that worked perfectly when we were a third or half the size, but it's going to increasingly create a lot of stress and confusion when we kind of use those old systems for a much more complex organization. So I absolutely appreciate what you're saying. It is the difficult, but I guess my only answer is welcome to the growing pains. I mean, we're going to have to make those transitions at some point. Did you want to add to that, Robert? Or?
We're printing out a document right now that I think will shed some light and hopefully connect the dots a little bit. It has all the enhancements in it, has all the department schedules and budgets in it, and has the fund summary in it.
When are we going to get that?
10 minutes? Yeah.
Okay.
It also has a listing of all the FTEs that are budgeted or part of this budget process.
Any other questions on the facilities piece, Council? All right.
On the streets budget, sorry. Streets budget, you'll see here the largest increase you're going to see is service and supply, 809 to 15. And when you look at this, it works out to about $700,000 when you add this up. Cold patch de-icer, I mean, it's all self-explanatory to us. If you have questions, happy to go through it. Administrative service, ER&R, then you have engineering.
Councilmember Sunwall.
So number 9, we talked a little bit about offline.
Yes.
That's 27,000. Is that the increase?
Yes.
So what is it with or without that increase?
What is it currently?
For sidewalks?
Oh, the 27
What's number 9?
total amount for sidewalk. Memory tells me it was 80,000, but I'll have
Plus
to
27?
confirm or verify that with you.
Plus 27? Or
I'll have to verify that.
Okay, so it's somewhere under
don't recall.
100,000.
Right.
Okay. Give me just a ballpark idea of what it would cost to replace the sidewalks in front of the clinic.
Which clinic?
Front of the clinic?
Which clinic, Councilmember Summerall?
What? The clinic, the
Kinsey,
one,
the Kinsey
yeah.
sidewalk. Yeah, that's a project.
Well, we have a clinic
Councilmember
right across
Sunwall,
the street here.
we are
Yeah.
budgeting $600,000 from the Sidewalks Improvement Fund each year, and we don't have any specific projects for it. They'd be
Okay.
for trippers for others, but we
They're,
can definitely add that to
they're
the project.
potential hazards, let's
Yeah.
be.
We
So
could
that's
definitely add that to the
600,000, you're
project
adding 27,000 to it?
list. That, I believe, was an oversight. I believe we did pull that out. I need to double check that. I think we moved that to the Sidewalks Improvement Fund.
Because I have spent, and I talked to you a little bit, Stan, but I've spent much of the holiday, instead of running on trails, running on sidewalks in our lovely town, trying to get my own personal inventory of kind of what we've been talking about. And we have, and I know this is not news to you, we have a lot of work to do.
We do.
And that is, to me, that is a huge priority.
We do.
Yeah, it's only just started.
I just want to make sure, in the spirit of living within the budget that you sign up for, if you really think $600,000 is enough to get done what we have got to get done in the next 2
Yeah,
years.
that's the sidewalk fund. This, I have to go back and look. This, I believe, could be the, within the street division, the grinding. You know how we do grinding of
Yeah.
sidewalks temporarily? It buys us a couple, 3, 4 years. And then we do have, you're referring to Kinsey Street sidewalk repair project.
That's just one example.
I know, similar to the Huff Street sidewalk repair that we need to do. We submitted that as enhancements to the mayor, and that'll be going through the process, so.
Can I just make a comment? I know we've been referring to sidewalks in a certain vernacular. We should probably want to avoid the word trippers.
Potential hazards.
Yep, they're hazards, but it's got to be careful with how we say these things.
So to finish this
For
up,
advice
when
from
you.
the city attorney.
Fine, but what's even better is to fix them, right?
We're working.
So that they're not
Right, we're working on it.
hazards, potential hazards.
And then we have the obvious street cleaning services, the landscaping, and we do have some street tree replacement within the street division, depending, those are just as they come up and surface, or if the guys are going through and doing some mitigation to the sidewalk area. Other than,
This is also with the streets budget. We also put $400,000 each year for crack seals and overlays. That wasn't listed here, but that's part of the streets budget. Streets, again, when we went back, if you remember the charts from last time, you're going to see it in the budget document. If we're looking at what Councilmember Mayhew recommended to look at, what is a total operating cost, not spiky, streets is kind of the Achilles heel of the whole thing, because everything else theoretically right now is sustainable in the budget as far as not using fund balance except for streets. Now, streets, we have some banked fund balance from an overlay fund that hasn't been used for several years that we're going to use to address some of the crack seals and overlays for the next 2 years. The budget over the next 3 to 4 years is sustainable, but it's pulling from fund balance in the streets, and by the 5th year, you're going to have a problem in the streets if you're maintaining this current level of spending for 5 years. But another cautionary tale, as Dan and I talk about, is the phase 1 is now 20 years old. So in 5 years, if the streets are good now, the condition in 5 years might be different. So there's going to be some choices that future councils are going to have to make as far as the sustainability of streets, what the condition or the quality of streets, what the target is for the PCI index.
Right.
Dan's doing a PCI report.
Oh, well, we already have done a couple, 2 or 3 miles of grind and overlays on the ridge, even in phase
Yeah.
1. Yeah.
right, we did, you'll see several roads. We've done, I believe, about 4 roads now. So, and what we refer to that is, the road more or less has a birthday, and the clock is starting to tick. So we add that to our list, and we're doing the pavement condition study right, we're doing that now. We'll have that for you in mid-spring, late spring. We'll bring back a plan to you guys at that time. And that is it.
Councilmember Mayhew?
I'm just, the seen too many numbers maybe tonight. The numbers are not jumping off the page at me. So I'm just looking at from 18 to 19, we're going up 800,000?
7. And you're talking service supply?
No, total.
Oh, total. Yeah,
Roughly 800,000?
roughly.
Does item 1 through 14, by the way, it's really cool that you brought in item 4 and 14 as separate items. But anyway, 1 through 14 adds up to 800,000?
709,634. The number 1, 2 through 14. Number 1 is your, so 2 through 14 is 709,634.
Someone needs to get a calculator out.
That's not, it's not,
It's not even close.
it's not even barely half.
They got 400,000, that's not there for the grind overlays and the cracks that should be listed.
So there should be a 15 that's 400 something.
400,000 a year, correct.
So that would true it up.
Yes,
Oh, minor.
thank you for leaving off half. So, but sorry, I just didn't hear, Finance Director, what was the 400,000 for?
That was the,
Overlays?
that was a set aside that we put in for the 2 years of the budget for crack seals and overlays. And that does dig into fund balance, but that's also addressing the needs proactively.
You think it, so I just, I think that, so now I said that, I have to explain it. Sorry about that. I agree, I understand the need, I'm not disputing the need. I think that when we get to the discussion part, whenever that starts to happen, I think the fact that streets is a really tough one to think about is, I 100% agree with the Finance Director on that. I am very concerned about how we address this, though, and the idea of kind of using fund balance is something I'm violently opposed to, but I have a proposed solution that gets us there, and I think, so maybe it's just a way of thinking about it, but I'll hold that. I just want to bring up that I'm worried about that, particularly that 400,000 that's not up there, but streets generally, and thinking about how we're going to fund these. So when we get to the discussion part at workshop 37 or whenever that's going to happen, I think that coming back and talking about streets and how we fund them is something I think is important for us to do. But if we could at some point get a version of this that actually adds in 400,000, that'd be great.
Just so we're clear, items 2 through 14 is about $641,000. I know we're missing a few things there. What's that?
Why don't you include 1?
That's the separate one. That's what Dan said. If you add them up.
Personnel services is a standard 3% base increase, and then 2 through 14, we'll have to check, we did it on Excel.
You add that up, that's $809,000 total.
I think Finance Director's right. I think.
What's that?
He explained it. He says the item's missing. He said about how much, it seems right, what he said.
I don't think so.
Well, because if
Items-
he's
items
not
one-
right, then my question is where the heck's the grind overlay?
Items 1 through 14, in my estimation, is about $809,000.
Matt, this slide was in response to a comment we heard from Councilman Holloway from last time to explain the big jump between 809 and 1519. So we've brought in some other topics, but this was really a clarification slide, and we've kind of shifted to include other things in the discussion.
Councilmember Jeans.
So when you refer to 2 through 14, it sort of adds up or it doesn't add up. I mean, it is hard for me because what you have handed out to us, which I have in front of me, is a whole different numbering system. It sort of has all those things in it, but it's a different numbering system. So I don't know whether that's current or this is current, or and why there are highlights to this one.
Oh, that's the one that I just on the back of what Robert handed out to you guys tonight.
City Administrator, you're correct on the math.
Thank you.
I don't see it, what,
I had earlier, but that's okay. You need a calculator.
I've never been very good with numbers.
Yeah.
But that still leads to the question, where's the overlap?
Okay.
Let's leave that question.
I think they just moved them around. I was trying to compare them. No slide numbers. I think you just moved them around.
Did we get an updated one for Councilmember Jeans, or do we have?
I'm not sure what he has.
Well, it doesn't matter what he has. Do we have an update that reflects this that he can look at in front of him?
Not with us right now, no.
It looks like the numbers are just changed around.
Yeah, they're just.
In a different order?
High to low is all they are.
Okay.
That's all it is.
Oh, okay, so they did, I was suggesting they changed the slide to go high numbers to low numbers, so it sort of made more sense as to what were the big impact ones, and
That's what we have here. So that's not.
One thing I wanted to make.
they're just reordered, Bob, to high to low.
I see it now.
One thing I wanted to make the comment about the set aside of the 400,000 for future years. A lot of that money was actually embedded in several different accounts for previous years. So that's why you don't add another 400,000. A lot of that was embedded, or at least the repair and maintenance material, and I'd say dozens of other accounts. So we're trying to consolidate as well. So that's some of the housekeeping.
Councilmember Mayhew.
What's an account? What does that mean? Do you mean fund?
No, internally.
Well, okay, but it would still be in the total, right?
The total, yeah. It's embedded in the total.
All right, so that's a sort of internal tracking thing that didn't mean.
Okay, so one through, what I think you mean, Robert, is 1 through 14 are enhancements that are causing an increase in cost, but there's some of the base budget for doing grind overlays was in the base budget, correct?
Did we get these slides?
In other words, in 2017 or 18, there's 1.3, 1.5. In that is monies for grind and overlays.
And crack ceiling.
Yeah, the 400,000 is part of your base.
Which? What he said or what you said?
I think we're saying the same thing. The 400,000 is part of your base.
Right.
So it's in 17, 18, 19.
Yes.
So this was all supposed to be covered from 5 until 5:30, and we're at 7:30, and we haven't, we're way behind.
We're done. That's it. Last slide.
We're on Honolulu time.
Can we get this slide by email or something?
The what?
Some of us didn't get the slide in any format whatsoever, paper or
Sure.
digital, so.
Yeah, we'll
Make sure to email that.
We'll send it out.
All right. Any other items? Are we ready for deliberations or any other?
Well, I'm just trying to digest these numbers.
They add up to the.
Well, we've gotten past that. Yes, they do.
It is? Okay.
But if we take item 8, so that's now in the base budget? So it's 135,000 every year? Like, the description doesn't sound like a thing that would permanently increase the budget.
That's part of the 400,000. So that is
Gotta
it's
use
an
my-
increase. So if we did, I think we did approximately, we did about 135,000 less, but we were assuming that would go up. So that's part of the 400,000.
What?
If your base for that, say your materials were 350 or no 250, 275 before, you're adding another 130,000 to it.
Begin the base.
I couldn't hear you.
So if you're doing, say you did crack ceiling of, say, I don't know, 250 or just under or just over 250 before, this is adding another 135,000 to that.
Permanently, we're just saying, hey, the 400
Permanently.
spending level wasn't keeping up,
That's what we discussed.
or whatever the
That's
number
right.
was.
That's right.
The spending level wasn't keeping up.
Internally, that's the discussion we have, is what they need each year to stay ahead.
Because I heard.
Councilmember Shepherd and Councilmember Hall.
So I just want
Councilmember Shepherd, use the microphone, please.
So
Just encourage people to talk on microphones. A lot of times we can't hear what people are saying.
So looking at the 14 items that you've listed, we've got an increase in previous maintenance for various PAVT. Pavement. And what's the significant cause for that increase?
Because it's the past maintenance program wasn't keeping up. So like Robert just said, it's increasing to that amount.
Okay, and then street lighting maintenance increase. What's the main driver for that increase?
Just cost.
Dan, is that one of those we're going to be replacing some of the
Right. It's
elements?
cost, and then we're replacing, the LEDs and the bulbs is 100% grant funded.
Right.
But there's some streetlights, like we said, the ridge is becoming 20 years old, where there's some we need to replace. Some of the bases, some of the poles, it varies depending on the area.
So not just the bulb, but repairs to the poles and the glass bowl and.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Holloway, sorry.
So I want to get back to, so there was and I apologize, but I got to. For crack seal, grind and overlay, there was 400,000 budgeted in 2018.
Right.
What was budgeted in 2018? Was that 400,000?
No.
It's all over the place. And the thing is, there wasn't a dedicated budget source for it. So internally, we were tracking it in multiple different places. So we assumed there was approximately, when we looked, there was approximately 250,000 of spending. Actually, 275,000. Dan thought that was too low for the needs of the department, and we wanted to make sure it was consolidated at one place so we could track it better. So we created an internal account, which again is our level internally, of 400,000 so we could track it better. That included what they were doing before, which was slightly over 250,000 plus another $135,000.
Okay, so I'm just trying to true up. Multiple comments were made here that the 400,000 was in the base. So what I interpreted all of the conversation to mean was the 400,000 was in the base, but we didn't spend it all in 2018.
No, it's in the base for 19. In 18, there was not a dedicated source for it.
But we spent about 270, 265.
75.
Same effect, 265 plus 135 gets you back to 400,000. Okay? But it's not 400,000 plus 135,000. It's 135,000 to get you to 400,000, and the 400,000 is your base 2018-19 for grind overlay crack seal. Correct?
Correct.
Because I thought your prior statement took it up to 535, and that's not what was happening. Okay.
We can if you want. Kidding.
Councilmember Mayhew.
All right, so I'm going to run some numbers at you. Don't worry about if I'm exactly right. It's order of magnitude, am I roughly right? All right, so here's what I thought was true in 18. I know my numbers aren't exactly right because I'm using the original budget, not the mid-year adjusted budget, mid-biennium adjusted budget, okay? But still, it wouldn't have changed that much. But here's what I thought roughly we did in the last biennium, okay? Or speaking of 18, rather, 18 budgeting. Here's what I thought we did. I thought the budget was about, yes, was about 1.2 million, roughly, but that there was also another million budgeted out of special revenue or capital funds. I can't remember. I'd have to go in and look at my thing. But primarily, I thought from non-recurring revenue sources is the point. So we had about 1.2 million hitting the operating, and I thought about $1 million coming out of, well, I think it was capital or special revenue funds. Does that sound roughly right?
Right, we have about, it does because we had about 750,000 that's in a reserve fund, and that's what we're sweeping into the streets fund. Well, we also have the TBD money that's going directly into the Parkway fund. That's not being spent at this point.
Yeah, and we had budgeted the whole Parkway fund, which was weird, which didn't happen, right?
Probably budgeted the other fund as well.
Yeah, so that
it's
wasn't
appropriated. We know that.
Yeah, so it wasn't. It wasn't covered by revenue. It was chewing up a fund balance that had built up.
Correct.
So that doesn't really solve this question of. Here's what I'm driving at. The thought I'm trying to get at was when we think about what we've been spending on streets, have we not in the past, I have a belief that we've been spending some spiky revenue on streets. And if that's the case, as I sort of think through now, I'm thinking that there should be, we have maybe some spiky revenue should be getting applied here. I think the way we did it before is we moved some spiky expenditures out. But is there something to what I'm getting at here, or am I all wet?
Yeah, we're using REIT as a support for streets.
Say that again?
We're using REIT, which is a spiky revenue.
Yeah, I thought, because we've been doing that, right?
Right, and we're going to actually increase that up, because I decided the first year we're actually not going to do a general fund allocation at all, but we're going to do an ongoing allocation of REIT.
Well, hold on, you decide, we have to decide, so.
Although it had that REIT is becoming increasingly less spiky as the city has grown, and now what used to be.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say we've treated REIT as spiky. We just took it all off the board.
But aside from being spiky, it's restricted. It can only be used for capital, and so that's two reasons why we would apply it to these
for streets.
Yeah, but what I'm just trying to follow through, Mayor, a concept that, so we've got this basic concept of recurring revenues paying for operating expenses. Streets is where this gets very muddled, because what we've been doing is taking like street overlay that they've been talking about, which has been, we've been doing it every year to some degree, maybe not to the degree, I think not to the degree we're going to need to going forward. But I think that some of that's been paid with the non-recurring revenues. And so there's kind of, so when we look at the streets budget, if we just think of it as entirely operating, that's really not consistent with what we've done in the past, and it would create a problem when we try to match up the funding. So finance director's talking about, well, fund balance, we can use fund balance, which I'm very much against. But my solution then has to be, well, then what revenue are we going to use? And I'm just trying to think this through. Say 800,000 pop in spending here. That's enormous. And so the question is, how are we going to fund that? And just, I guess the preview is I'm very much against using fund balance, but then that means probably spiky revenue. And so I'm just trying to set that notion up and trying to get sort of a bead on the fact that, well, we've been using some of that non-recurring revenue for this already. That's something we've been doing. So maybe we need to kind of factor that in.
So right now with REIT, we established what a floor would be, which is sustainable unless you had a massive downturn. We decided that in this particular fund, $1 million for the period would be sustainable at this point for a fund transfer from REIT. But we also have the gas tax funding, which is sustainable but not significant. It's about $300,000.
$1 million of REIT.
For the next 2 years, yes. Actually, we have that in
year?
3 years. Yes.
So basically the entire REIT.
No, well, new REIT, yes. It's not dipping into old REIT, but new REIT, yes.
The entire REIT that comes in a year would go.
To streets right now.
So that's an enormous, that's not a thing that's been true in the past. So you're talking about a very big change in policy.
It's a change.
Because we've been treating that as non-recurring revenue, don't spend for operations. So then the way this works is you're going to say that if I'm looking at 19, 1.9 million, the way we're going to cover that is we're going to take something that we previously, if I wanted to cover it with revenue, I would have to, no, I'm not sure what you're saying. Are we going to take this REIT, which has always been out of bounds, and we're going to say, nope, that's now in operating? Is that what we're saying?
Well, it is a permissible use to use it.
No, I understand it's permissible. I'm asking policy-wise, That's not what this city's done. Are we saying now we're going to do that?
It's either that or take it from general fund. So those are the two options we have. And we believed in our recommendation internally to council is that it is more prudent to use it from REIT at this point, but overall the council in the near future is going to have to address, as we talked about, the streets fund overall.
Just so you know, I think the near future is about half an hour from now, but okay.
Councilmember Shepherd and Councilmember Jeans.
So as far as restructuring how things are done and spiky and the whole discussion, to me there's a whole lot of muddy stuff going on as far as what I understand. And I don't really, I can only guess what, a revenue stream can become less spiky or more spiky as time goes on. It disappears, it appears. I feel like the whole discussion regarding where to put spiky, I get a lot of the hand waving and a general term, but I'm lost in half of what we're talking about. And can we kind of, if you want to make a proposal, can you write it down so that we can possibly understand it and give us some examples of why you want to do it differently, and maybe we can actually, as a council, weigh in on what this discussion is all about.
Thank you. Councilmember Jeans?
It sounds like you're saying that we sort of need to use REIT money for the next 2 years, and we've got 2 years to figure out, sort of confirm that it's probably not coming from the right source, and to figure out what the right source will be going forward. Okay? Yeah.
Councilmember Ross?
So I like her recommendation on if we can see, maybe just even look at the REIT fund, what is being pulled out then. So you said $1 million, but I do recall in other, I don't know, workshop 2, 3, 4, or whatever, that we were going to be using some REIT funds for other things as well. And
Yes.
so are we only going to use REIT funds now for streets, or are we going to be using it, still budgeting it for some other capital
So
needs?
for the next 2 years, we are proposing a support transfer. And again, this is something that the council can decide not to do, but just a support transfer into the new capital fund of $500,000 each year. Some of this would be coming from the balance that has been accrued into REIT to this point. We have a dedicated debt service payment or debt service transfer for the LGTO bond from REIT just directly into debt service of $100,000. That's been going on for a few years. That's still being supported. And those are the only 2 other transfers into REIT. So it's about 1.6 a year, 1.6 million a year for the next 2 years from REIT.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sunwell?
You said that we have 2 revenue sources to fund streets. We can use REIT or we can use general fund. When you said general fund, does that mean fund balance?
It would mean yes at this point for the next 2 years. It would, unless you made some changes on the enhancements or some of the other proposals, it would dig into fund balance. That is correct.
And is this $1 million, is that for Parkway primarily?
No, this is for operations, general operations. None of this is Parkway at this point. Parkway
That $1
is
million
a separate
a year for 2 years has nothing to do with the Parkway?
Nothing.
That's strange.
Dan, can you speak to the Parkway real quick?
With DOT, you mean?
Yeah. How are we going to fund the Parkway?
Well,
Go
at this
fund me.
point, we're trying, it's not approved.
I know.
What the mayor's referring to is we're applying and working with DOT on, there's an application process we have to go through. We started that process, and it looks like, and it's very positive, that DOT will end up maintaining the Parkway for us and working with us. We don't know if we think there's going to be minimal dollars on our side, if any. So we're working with them on that right now. And we'll know probably as soon as by February. actually.
That's because it connects two state highways?
Correct. 202 and 18. So we're not turning it over, I need to be clear, we're not turning it over to DOT. It's still going to be a city street. It's not going to become a state highway. But they are willing to well, I need to make that clear. They're willing to participate and keep it maintained, grind overlays. We may need to work with them on crack seals, things of that nature, but we'll see how far it goes as we go through the application process.
Would that be with or without a matching grant?
At this point, we don't think there's any matching grant on our side.
Councilmember Jean? Thank you.
And if it looks positive, is it something that can start happening in 2019?
Oh, we don't know. That's the $1 million question. So.
Only $1 million?
$4 million question.
I need to add a side note as well for the parkway funding. So we have the TBD or the vehicle tab funding that is going directly into the parkway funding, and the estimated fund it's approximately $192,000 a year. The estimated ending fund balance of 2018, meaning money we have set aside for the parkway, is $641,000.
Which has been accruing since the enactment of the TBD fund, or the $20 car tab fee. Councilmember Shepard?
So is it possible that DOT could decide to add lanes and take away the median, or, I mean, what control do they have on that?
Just the maintenance of existing. So if there's going to be add lanes or anything that's added to the parkway, that'll be our cost.
Okay.
There's no 605.
What?
There's no 605 on the horizon, yeah.
Okay.
405, 605.
Oh.
That was that was rumors years ago that they were planning to do another beltway highway. All right, any other questions on this, council? Are we ready to move on to some deliberations?
Do we have a break, Mayor?
Sure. The council like a break, 5-minute break. Let's we'll break until a couple minutes, a quarter to 7:45.
This is nice.
Council budget meeting is underway again. We could begin.
Wait, Brian's fallen and he can't get up. Oh.
Councilmember Sumwall, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, so is this, what is the kind of?
Well, we're going to go to deliberations, but I want to make sure we're
approve the
wrapping-
budget by 9 o'clock, right?
Good.
I've got a second. So I obviously haven't had a chance to look through this. This is sort of pretty. But I guess my takeaway from the last conversation that we were just having about roads and streets and stuff and fund balance and capital. So one of the things we had talked about is we were going to punt capital stuff until we get through the budget cycle into February, March, April, whatever. My fear, though, is that we don't even need to have that conversation because we're going to be spending down fund balance and using 99% of REIT to spend an unprecedented amount of money on roads on an annual basis, that there isn't anything left for capital. So again, going back to a theme that's been talked about ad nauseum here is, and we have a debate about what a capital expense is or isn't, but we are now venturing into territory where we are using spiky revenue and fund balance. Fund balance we will never get back and will become increasingly hard to accrue to fund what I would consider to be maintenance. And that is a dramatic departure and will potentially forever put us in a very tough spot to do anything capital related, unless there's a fund source that I'm not aware of, because we're done with Snoqualmie Ridges. There's no more Snoqualmie Ridges to feed off of in the future. Might have some very miniature versions of that with Snoqualmie Hills West at some point or whatever, right? But we don't get a chance to rebuild that fund balance in any meaningful way over the next 20 years. And so I'm concerned that we're using that, if we're going to use it to build a capital expense, and that's justified, fine, but we're using that to repave streets. And so I'm concerned about that. And unless it can be explained differently, that's a non-starter for me.
Councilmember Sutton.
I guess we're ready to vote.
Councilmember Shepherd, or go ahead and respond first, Robert.
Yeah. So if I'm looking at, and I know we had a couple slides in previous discussions about this. So for the REIT revenues, we project, and again, we were projecting conservative the next 2 years, just looking at what's on the horizon and not seeing much home construction. So we're projecting $1 million each year of revenue for 19, 20, and 21. In 2022, we are anticipating the construction of the Salish home sites that could happen sooner. So we're projecting REIT to be approximately $2 million when that happens. Probably 2 years worth. So the next year we reduced it a little bit to 1.75 million, which would kind of mirror what we're estimating for this current fiscal year. And it's kind of the same trend where this year we had some of the townhomes that came online for the end of phase 2, plus just existing home sales. So after that, though, that would depend on, the only thing out there on the horizon would potentially be the mill site, and that's it.
So maybe they will change, but it took the Muckleshoots 12 or 14 years. There's no track record of anything happening early. So I think expecting that Salish residential money to pop up in 2020 or any sort of early is maybe not going to happen. But my other question is where did this humongous jump in roads not being used, not excluding the Parkway, where did this come from? Because I mean, I've chaired the Parks and Public Works Committee now for 6 or 8 months, or I expect maybe it's been a year. And this is like complete news to me, that we have this dramatic jump over the next 2 years of funding needs for roads.
For the grind overlay?
Whatever. I mean, we're talking about taking $1 million out of REIT for the next 2 years on top of
Yep.
what's
We
already.
won't know what the grind overlay or maintenance program until we get the pavement condition.
Which is when?
Index.
You said spring.
Right, spring. So we'll have that early spring, mid-spring, somewhere in there.
Okay,
We'll have
and then
a
you
pretty
guys will.
good idea.
You guys will think about that for a while, and you'll come back to
The
us.
pavement condition index, and then that'll dictate what roads we need to do when. And it really gives you a nice roadmap as to what to
Okay,
do.
and so there will probably not be an actionable piece of information on that until 2020, right?
Well, we have
Or-
money
or
that's being
needless to
put
say,
aside.
we could easily, based on, let's say we get results back in April or whatever, right?
Okay.
And you guys are gonna look at that and think about it and say, gosh, okay, this is prioritized, blah, blah, blah. Now what's our plan to present that to council? By the time that gets to us and we think about it and whatever, there's gonna be no grinding or overlaying based on that plan until 2020.
We have existing funds in 2019 that we'll be able to do something with.
Right. So what I'm wondering is it feels a little premature to be asking for the $1 million in 2019 without even a report that tells us what we need. And you know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
do.
we
And-
understand there's a report that's gonna be out there that's gonna tell us what we need. And that could be right on, it could be low, or it could be high. And we're asking right now to gut the REIT fund and spend some fund balance on a plan that hasn't even been given to a vendor yet, let alone done.
All I can say is once we get the pavement condition, pavement management condition report in, at that point, I don't know the timeframe. You're assuming 2020, I don't know. Maybe it is, and maybe we delay that funding. I don't know. We'll have to see how critical the roads are at that point. We'll see how they come in number-wise. Numbering system, 100 all the way down to 70, it goes in 60, 50s. I don't think we have that extreme yet, but I'm sure we're approaching, several that are grind overlays on the collectors. So we'll have to take a look at that.
And that's very possible, but do you do?
So I just think it's, until we know what that report says, I think we just hold off and see where to go.
I agree, but what we're being asked to budget right now is assuming almost a worst-case scenario from that report. And when, are there times of year where we would not do grind overlays? Like after October, for example, you just don't do grind overlays?
Right, the plants are shut down.
Okay, so all I'm saying is the report comes back in April, you guys are gonna spend some number of weeks or months evaluating it, come back, we're not gonna be grinding and overlaying based on that report until 2020.
Correct.
Okay. Now, did I misrepresent anything in my evaluation of that, Robert? Because I heard you chattering back and forth. I thought maybe I had said something. Okay.
So, Dan, I think what the council was looking for is, so, I mean, you talk about the PCI and all that, but, so what was your calculation that went into the request for this kind of funding for the next couple of years? What's the rationale behind that?
The 400,000? We originally had, I don't remember, 600,000 or 800,000 in grind overlays. We were anticipating what the report was going to say and come out as, because we know of a couple of streets that are going to need some grind overlays. Ridge Street
the
being one.
approximate age, you can
Just
see cracks in the road.
visually looking at it and seeing what they look like. There's a couple of roads that we're pretty certain that we're going to need to do. And Ridge Street, for example, it's a wide street, it's pretty big, so it's going to be a costly one. So looking at it, I know we reduced it from, I can remember, 800,000, and it's at 400. So we were anticipating what that was going to be. And those are the funds we were looking at using once the report came out.
And explain the dynamics why, I know, and Brian, you might recall this too. I mean, we had these debate when we talked about the funding and all the, trying to get the Greek streets and everything rebuilt, that we had a vigorous debate about looking beyond that 6-year horizon, because beyond that now was suddenly a number of streets that started to come online on the ridge that were not there before, because they were all over relatively same age, but now they're all coming up to their first maintenance cycle. So we should anticipate to see suddenly a spike in the number of roads up on the Snoqualmie Ridge, or the relatively newer part of the community that now are going to need some attention. on those gradient overlays. I'm just looking if you,
Well, and I agree,
Bob,
but-
if you recollect that same conversation.
We need to see this report because the roads age at different rates depending on the traffic and usage and everything else, to see what that is.
Right, weight and all that.
They're all not gonna crumble on Friday.
Right. So I'm just trying to get a bit into your head, Dan, and help explain to the council what is the thinking? Is it's that dynamic? It's, you know, I mean, why suddenly a shift? Why, I mean, to Councilmember Sunwell's point, hey, I've been looking at this stuff for the last couple of years and I haven't seen this sort of trend, and now suddenly the trend seems to be shifting upward pretty rapidly here.
Well, I don't know if it's shifting. We've been discussing, I mean, I've been here 10 years. We've been talking about grind overlays for 10 years. And typically what you do is, I mean, you see the aging of the roads. Like the mayor said, collector roads are going to require, because they have the larger trucks, things of that nature. Cul-de-sacs are going to be minor. So it depends on the ADT that you have on any given road. And the
ADT? Acronym.
The alarm system, Mayor.
Average daily average daily traffic on a per road basis. So, and we do, as you guys saw in Cascade, we had an enormous amount of crack seal that went in there. And Mir was the other one. And then we had some drainage issues, even though the roads were new. So we turned around and we put in, those projects are done and complete, and we can see multitude of roadways. Top of my head, I mean, Ridge comes out specifically because it's right in front of the school and it's pretty high in use. You saw Douglas last year we did in the business park because of the heavy truck traffic. We know Bracken is now in need, just like Center Street in the business park, because of the heavy volume of truck traffic. So again, I mean, we are waiting on that report, and that'll dictate and tell us what to use, but we've been talking about grind overlays for all 10 years that I've been here.
No, I don't dispute that. We've been doing grind overlays.
And we've had, what, 5, 6 roads we've done on the ridge alone?
But my point is, we've never talked about rating REIT and going into fund balance for overlays. And when we talk about this is not aligning super well, because it hasn't even been 2 or 3 weeks since we talked about, hey, you know, we'll agree to talk about capital projects once we get the budget cycle done, and we'll talk about it in the spring. Well, unless I'm missing something, there's no conversation to be had, because unless we're going to run the fund balance to zero, there's what other spiky revenues do we have to even have? Thank you. Siri thought that was a very interesting question. So I don't even know if there's a conversation to be had about capital, and so maybe that'll be great because we won't have to have dinner here every other night. But I'm just wondering what's left to have a capital conversation around if we adopt what you've proposed.
You're saying if there's no revenue.
Well, on the streets, that's an issue, and again, this is up to the council. But as far as accumulated set-aside revenues from the past few years, we have the sales tax from construction revenues, and that's in the facilities fund that we talked about.
Is that considered fund balance?
Yes, that is considered fund balance. We also have fund balance in the sidewalks capital fund, and that's why we're going to spend $600,000 each year in that fund on sidewalk replacement.
Potential hazards.
Potential hazards for the next 2 years. I'm glad Bob Strabink is not here. I'm
here.
The Parks Improvement Fund as well. We do support transfers each year to the Parks Improvement Fund. Parks Improvement Capital Fund spends from a combination of accumulated revenues and support transfers. So we do have capital in that fund as well, and we're budgeting $500,000. We were budgeting $500,000 before. Now we've zeroed out that fund to wait for direction on the capital priorities from council. So we do have some fund balances out there that have been set aside over the years for capital, in addition to the discussion on streets. But again, those are accumulated fund balances. Some of them are smaller support transfers, not large enough support transfers to support streets, though.
Councilor May.
So, I have a thought and a suggestion on what I think we should do that I want to share with you. I wonder, is it possible for us to put a slide from budget workshop number 7 up onto the screen? It's called 2019 governmental type revenues.
What's it called?
Close your eyes, Brian.
It's the 9th slide from that deck.
Councilmember Mayhew, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. I'll admit it. Which date is that? What date?
It's November 15.
Thank you.
You know, just as a side note, I love this conversation about spiky and non-spiky things, and that might be confusing to some, and so while they're pulling up a slide,
I think they got it.
never mind. That was
Should be the
quicker than I
9th one.
9. The 9th,
Slide number 9.
the next slide.
All right, never mind. That was faster, much faster than I thought, so I'll hold off.
Okay, so, Mr. Mahmood, just to make sure, no, I'm sorry, it's the one before, the slide before this. Yeah. To make sure that we all agree on what we're looking at, it's my belief that what this slide presents is what I've been referring to as the recurring operating revenues. So it excludes the non-recurring or spiky, meaning it excludes REIT, it excludes construction, sales tax, and 2 other smaller categories that we've historically treated as spiky or non-recurring, right? So that's what this represents. Is that correct? Okay. So I would just ask the council members to remember that earlier this evening I pointed out a departmental slide where there was several $100,000 of capital expenditures listed. And then there's another one that another council member had 3,000. But there are capital items in these budgets, in some of these budgets. So I would suggest we do this. I would suggest that we take all of the departmental budgets and strip out capital spending. I'd suggest then that we take this 18.1 million of revenue and approve functional departments spending equal to 18.1 million, but strip out the capital, and then those capital needs of those departments are asking to have met. We look at those in this capital process we're planning to do in January, February. Deal with that then. And at least for now, treat those as spiky, as capital, whatever word we want to apply to them, treat them not as ongoing operating expenditures. Strip them out. Doesn't mean they're not going to get them. It means they're not going to get them tonight or whichever night we approve the operating budget. But that we approve an operating budget at 18.1 million and the departmental budgets at no more than 18.1 million, and they strip out the capital stuff and we deal with that in the capital discussion, and we go through then, we've got the time to really have a more in-depth conversation with people like Mr. Marcinko about he thinks we need to up the streets, but how much in 19? How much in 20? Do we really want to ever dig into fund balances? If so, by how much? How do we want to match up the REITs and these revenues that we've taken off the table? He's got some suggestions that I think are that we should absolutely listen to and weigh, but I think that's all part of a capital discussion. So I think we put that off, and the way we get through now is we, just to repeat, strip that stuff out to ask for a budget, expenditures budget for departments that doesn't exceed 18.1 million, strip out the capital stuff, and we'll deal with that later. So just to finish, it puts us back on track or keeps us on track of recurring revenues pay for operating expenses. We just hold that principle solid, and we deal with the capital spiky stuff later.
Yeah, or Bob, if you don't mind, because Councilmember Shepherd again expressed earlier that she was confused about the spiky, non-spiky conversation, and I think it's important to delineate, so I'll take a shot at what Councilmember Mayhew means about spiky is, and it's on both sides of that coin, and I wanted to speak to the revenue side because it applies there as well, and the challenge that we have as administration trying to do what you just described. So spiky on the expense side is I might have a budget that goes along for 2, 3, 4, 5 years without a whole lot of, it's pretty steady, and then suddenly you have a big $2 million project that is in that budget, and then it drops back down again. Then there's another 3 years later, another $1.5 million project. And if I throw that into an operational budget, I can't do what you want, which is you want to look back 2 or 3 years and see kind of where things are trending. Well, if you have these one-time sort of spiky expense projects mixed in with your operational costs, you can't see a trend because that stuff throws it all wacky. So you want to pull it out and separate the sort of ongoing smooth expenses. In other words, salaries and wages, for example, are pretty steady from year to year with an incremental increase versus a capital project that, even if it's a fairly maintenance-oriented capital project, that kind of whipsaws that expense line up and down. So to Councilmember Mayo's point, and the council's done this for years, it just helps so much better for you to analyze what's going on with your city and kind of protect yourself from the volatility of expenses or revenues, to take those spiky expenses and separate them from the smooth ongoing ones. On the revenue side of the equation, it's the same thing. You have certain revenues like property taxes or utility taxes or taxes on utilities that go into the general fund that are very steady. There's 1% increase, or in this case, 0.5% increase every year. It's very steady from year to year, and there's a great predictability there. Sales tax is a little more volatile, but then when you have REIT, it used to be that REIT was highly volatile when we were a smallest city, and that when we were under rapid growth, because the houses, we could do 200 houses one year and then 350, and then it'd be back down to 150 in the recession or something. So that can, but now that we've kind of matured as a city and come to full build out. And Jim, I think you'll agree with this, because I have this is where some confusion on the revenue side comes in for us, though, to follow what you're asking, is I'm thinking, well, wait a minute, all REIT is not spiky because there's a base there in the REIT. If we're bringing in, say, $1.6 million in REIT a year now, on any given year in a typical community, about 5% of your properties will turn over and sell. And so we have a very predictable base that we can look back and say REIT is no longer a volatile revenue source. There's a portion of it that's quite stable, but there's a portion of it on top of that that's very spiky. Like, for example, we're just finding out we're likely going to get a sale of the Safeway Bartels development, and that's going to be, wow, that's an unrealized, that's going to be a big chunk of REIT that comes in. But there isn't going to be a sale of a Safeway and Bartels every year. That only comes along every 4 or 5 years, or some other unanticipated REIT. And so that kind of REIT that comes in on some unanticipated in a significant amount, like when the retailer sold the whole retail center. So going back to your point, it helps for us to know, again, it's getting back to, we need to have a conversation with the council to say, where do you want that definition in there to be? Do you agree on, in looking at our trends in REIT revenue, for example, do you agree that $1 million and under is a solid, reliable base? That's a non-spiky revenue that's still restricted to capital, that we can allocate to capital projects. On top of that is a spiky amount that you carve out and apply to the spiky capital things. So, Jim, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm proposing, Mayor. And just to be clear, because this slide excludes, because historically we've excluded all REIT, but as you point out, in fact, there's been discussion in council for years. I remember we discussed it last year about whether that really, we should look at like the 5% or so turnover and just take that amount of REIT and actually put it in the ongoing budget. So what I'm suggesting here is the way we would get the expenditures to this 18.1 million is primarily two things. Taking the capital expenditures out of the operating budgets to the extent they're in there. Doesn't mean they're not going to get those things. It just means we're going to deal with that in January, February. The second thing is with the streets budget. That may mean that a lot of those additions to the street budget get pulled out now, but then what happens in January, February, when we go in there and we look at this stuff that's been discussed tonight, when we have time to really deliberate on that, that's when we make any decision to match those up and then fund those things that we'd in essence have to cut back out of this proposal in order to get to 18.1 million.
Councilmember Mayhew, can I ask you a question? Because I think we're on the same page here. Are you looking for staff direction to put $1 million of REIT, which is the number that we've determined is this non-spiky, that's your floor, unless there's a huge downturn like 2008, which is an anomaly, of course. That's your floor. no REIT spending beyond that. So I'm going to reduce my REIT from 1.6 million that we have or proposed appropriation to 1 million. That's just covering the new revenues. And you're going to revisit the spiky fund balances later.
Yeah, I was suggesting that actually we even take the million out. We don't have any REIT spending in the budget we approve now, but we plan that in January, February, so that means a whole bunch of expenditures have to come out. But in January, February, we fix that when we have time to really debate about what we want to do with REIT, what we think the right amount is to commit, and then we fund those expenditures at that point out of the streets that you are proposing to match those up.
I would recommend, because if we're just looking at what's pure revenue to streets, and if we didn't use any REIT for streets, we would only be looking at $500,000 or $600,000 annual budget for streets.
But you'd get some back if you pulled out, the few $100,000 here and there on capital budget. You'd probably get yourself back up to $1.25 million, somewhere in there.
If I re-establish the transfer from the general fund to streets.
So something along those lines is what I'm suggesting. But big picture, what I'm saying is,
I would still recommend that 1 million of REIT is sustainable, and so.
Right. I'm just trying to get you to. What I'm just trying to deal with, just to close off. What I'm trying to say is, let's go with what we've been doing. For us to try and heavy lift right now of an entire policy change on REIT, I think is too much to digest right now. But soon we have to, because that means if we don't deal with that now, we're putting off some expenditures. Fine, we get that, but let's deal with that in the spiky discussion, which we've agreed we're putting off till January, February. And the result of that, as the mayor just suggested, and I think you've suggested, is we may decide that some of that historically spiky revenue ought to be treated as ongoing and then bring some expense. But let's deal with that when we can make a policy decision around that, fully explore it, and feel like we're not doing it in a hurry. I think we get to the same outcome, but we do it in a way that doesn't cause. Changing our REIT policy is a big thing to ask us to do, and we need to have time to think about it. So that's what I'm trying to get to.
Because the difference with REIT, if I leave it in an operational budget, or the non-spiky portion of it, is that it is restricted. I can't use it for salaries and stuff. It has to be tied to ongoing, sort of those smooth, non-spiky capital maintenance issues. But until we get those definitions on either side of the equation, it makes it very difficult.
It may be that you can use some if it's staff used on streets. So I think there's a lot to explore there, Mayor.
Oh, okay.
So and just that's the point, though, is time to really explore that and think that through. Is what I'm suggesting, and I think if we try to do that now, or if we try to approve spending fund balances right now, I think we're going to get. It's almost December. We don't have much time left. Those are big, weighty things. I'm saying let's go with this practice that we followed, and then we're coming back into the stuff in January, February anyway. Deal with it then. And sorry, I spoke too long.
Councilmember Mayhew, I would still strongly be a little concerned on the streets, just because you would have to go below probably 18 levels to make streets sustainable in that.
So I would appreciate the comments, but I can't. Staff shouldn't have the last comment every time. I'm trying to make my response so that other council members can speak.
All right. I thought we were appreciating.
No, I am. His comments are fantastic. I just.
Okay.
Now I feel like I want to respond. That's not helping everyone.
All right. My bad. I just didn't know when I should stop that. So we have a backup anyway. I'm going to go to Bob, to Councilmember Sunwall, and then to
I just wanted to bounce up
to what's his name?
500,000.
Yeah.
Am I on?
Yes.
You're on. So we have to start somewhere, and I think Councilmember Mayhew is suggesting that's a good place to start, aside from what we do with REIT. So I'm right behind you. I'm just wondering, as part of your proposal, we got to pull out capital items, and I wonder, as a practical matter, can staff do that efficiently at this meeting? And so we have to have that done before we can tackle this. So I'm wondering, there's sort of more details about what you're thinking. But I've got a little question about these revenues. I don't see B&O tax in it, and I wonder if that's in the yellow, somehow hidden in the yellow somewhere.
It is, and Councilmember Jeans, I will give you the exact number. It's It is not a significant revenue source for the city.
It's in the orange, right?
No. Hold on a second. I believe we did move. Yes. Hold on. You're-
So it's de minimis?
It is only. It is in the orange. We did include it in the orange. It is only. Hold on a second. Just a moment.
It's like 150 or something. Got it right here. Hold on. Got to try and beat it. I'm not gonna find it. I moved it.
675,000 estimated for 2019.
So it might be more if we ultimately pass the legislation that we introduced last night relative to people getting licenses for businesses, and following that up with starting collecting B&O taxes that we haven't collected yet.
Our estimation and our fiscal impact analysis on the model ordinance last night was that would be negligible. But what we do see, especially that has been brought to our attention a few times, is not having adequate enforcement, especially of out-of-town businesses that do business or delivery services.
So I don't want to.
So we're going to increase that enforcement, so there is potential for more revenue in that source.
So
yes.
it's not important for the big picture of what we're trying to accomplish, but I still sort of ask the same question to Jim, sort of, how do we peel these other things off that we're not going to consider tonight?
Sorry, Jim, I'm going to have to go around Robin. I'll come back around. Councilmember Sunwell, Councilmember Holloway, and then Councilmember Shepherd.
Couple things. So, as has been said by others, I am absolutely, this budget will not get my vote if we try and mix in policy changes in the 11th hour. We have one council meeting left this year. We have one scheduled, we have budget workshop number 10 is the only other one we have on the books, which I believe is next week. And so that is a lengthy conversation that should be lengthy if we're going to potentially change something that has been in place for possibly decades. And so I would be against it mixing those two. So I am absolutely for stripping out all the capital expenses, and we'll solve that first week of January if people want to do that. That's fine with me. The question I have is, and because there's some street money, I think you said $600,000 or so built into the budget that we would supposedly approve, there's plenty of money to get us through any number of the first few months of the year until we do make those capital street policy decisions. But my question would be, if we pull out, and I guess I don't know the answer, but because we don't really have it yet, but if we pulled out all the capital that's sitting in the budget, wouldn't that put us with a surplus potentially? Because if we're not, the total revenues are 18.1, and it wasn't the budget like 18.4 or 3 or 6, 18 something, wasn't it?
A little bit, but correct. So
if we pulled out all the capital, we'd have a maybe it's the wrong word, but we'd have a surplus. We would bring in more than we have allocated to spend.
This one did not include streets. So this did not include streets. Streets is your question. If I did not include streets, you're at a balanced budget right now. You pulled it out, you're at a surplus. If I include streets, that's the problem.
Okay, so if we pulled streets out, well, all of streets or just the $1 million that you're talking about?
All of streets.
So including the 600,000 or whatever? So
with streets, you would go down, so it'd be approximately, if we're just looking at, if we're not transferring anything into streets, or if we take some of the quote-unquote surplus that we would have and put it towards streets, that'd be probably approximately, because we've already taken a lot of the capital out per the request of council into the operating, so there's not much left at all. We would be taking, I think we'd only be taking, hold on a second.
If memory
How much?
If memory serves, these two pie charts were prepared to present a scenario that describes what Councilmember Mayhew was describing tonight, correct?
first year I have 66,000 for Jeannie Hansen Field transfer out, 16,000 for Meadowbrook Bridge, and I believe 34,000 for fire equipment. And that is all of what we have on the general fund side going into capital. Everything else has been stripped out. For the second year, we do have a resumption of 200,000 for streets that we can sustain because property tax revenues will permanently be increased next year with the Hampton Inn coming online and some of the housing coming online as well, or the townhomes.
So stripping out capital puts us at roughly a balanced budget. 18.1 expenditures, 18.1 revenue.
It would be, yes.
And stripping out capital includes zero money for roads.
Zero money outside of the dedicated road funding.
Which is what?
Which is 311,000 from gas tax.
Okay.
And approximately 285,000 from solid waste.
So that's where I was getting the $600,000. So if we pull roads out, there is still $600,000 in this $18.1 million budget to fund roads, which should get us through the first few months of conversation that we have. Better get us through the first few months of conversation we have around capital. So it's not like come January 1 and we have a pothole, we can't go fix it.
Well, it gets you through the first year at least, or two for roads anyway. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so that's, I'm just trying to make sure the numbers match with the philosophy that I would support.
Councilmember Holloway and Councilmember Shepherd, and then back to Councilmember Mayhew.
So two things. I'd rather go have a discussion about operations versus non-operational funds. Spiky doesn't do me. But to have an expectation that for the first 2 months of the year, we're going to have no non-operational expenses, not going to happen, guys. That's one. Two, to at this stage, introduce a major restructure of this budget, you're not going to make it in time to actually approve a budget by the end of the year. It's an ugly horse, but I think we got the horse we got to ride to the end and get it, and then at the beginning of the year have these discussions and fix it. Guys, we have not had a clean review of this budget yet, and now you're going to whole hog restructure it.
It's $100,000.
If you're going to, well, no, that's why I switch terms. If you're going to talk operations versus non-operations, non-operations is more than just capital items. It's that $100,000 for street maintenance plan. It's not a capital item, but it's not operations. So you have other things that go into that non-operations fund than just capital. So if you're talking that split, again, that's a restructuring of this budget at the 12th hour.
Well, and to that point, that's something I made earlier when I said we need a real clear definition of what constitutes operational capital or plans versus non-operational in order to effectively accomplish what's being asked. I'm not opposed to it. I mean, I see the efficacy of it. But.
Agreed. I'm not opposed either. I full support it. But like you said, I think there's a discussion to do that and really define what that split is. And we haven't got time for it.
Okay. Councilmember Shepherd, and then Councilmember Mayhew.
So, a couple of things that are we at the point we're looking at this, right?
Yeah, we've sort of launched into deliberations at this point.
So the 2018 numbers, which set of version of 2018 are we looking at in this document? You had a proposal to change the budget for 2018? Is that right?
That's based on this question.
Okay, so we haven't made a decision on that yet?
That's the budget that's going to be, I mean, most of that money's already spent.
Okay.
That's already spent.
So then if we wanted to, say, exclude the $200,000 that we had been asked to include in the budget for the study for affordable housing, how do we go about saying we'd like to take that out?
You simply propose it to your fellow council members. You could put it as a motion on the floor. You can.
Okay. Well, I'd like to move that we remove the $200,000 that we have set aside for the study of affordable housing. I'd like to have us look more closely at Arch instead of spending $200,000 on a company in California to do a study on affordable housing.
Point of clarification. Have we selected who would do that $200,000 study? We didn't have any good price estimates, so.
Actually, as a point of order, I'm waiting for a second. If I don't hear a second, it dies for lack of a second. All right, so I don't have, sorry, Councilmember Shepherd, it dies for lack of a second. I don't think Arch is being excluded. The study would perhaps look at whether Arch would be the most viable option to move towards. So, Councilmember Jeans?
Peggy, I didn't.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Jeans. Oh, okay, go ahead. Sorry
So, Peggy, I didn't second it because what you would be starting here is probably a process of just cherry picking stuff here and there, and they could be revenue matters or could be expenditure matters. And I think Jim's suggestion is a coordinated approach, and so I'd hope we'd not get away from sort of picking individual items unless it's sort of in the context of those things that get us to the end rather than piecemeal.
Councilmember Mayhew, and then Councilmember Ross, and then Councilmember Song.
So, one of the questions that was asked is kind of how would we proceed? How would we go about the sort of thing that I proposed earlier? What I would see happening is we would ask staff to give us some revised numbers at our next meeting. And what we would ask them to do is the things that were discussed, which is strip out the capital numbers for streets, strip out the things that were discussed that Councilmember Sundwall brought up, and knowing that there's those, keeping those revenue sources that would pay for those things out, just going to that 18.1 million, and come back and show us what that would look like. Perhaps putting a little bit of thought into, are there any, really, are there any things in that budget that could be pulled out and put into the capital budget discussion in January? And see if by doing that we come up with a combined budget for those. So I believe that they know those numbers and they can pull those out by our next meeting, give us just revised numbers, just top level. Not asking for which projects, just tell us, police department had 18 million of capital projects, we took that out. 18 million, we took it. And then they'd say, so therefore we have an revised operating budget for each one. That would have also given them time to factor in the 0.5% or so, I guess, of from the earlier discussion tonight about salaries. So they would then show us what those numbers look like, and we'd be able to see, can we cover that with the 18.1 million of revenue? And if not, how far off are we? And my guess is that they would be able to highlight for us if there's some problem sticking out at that point or whether we're okay. And then if that looks okay to us, we could have a discussion of specific items to the extent we feel necessary, such as the type of thing that Councilmember Shepherd just raised, and then hopefully be in a position to then approve that night. I would, there was another point that was brought up, which is about capital expenditures, and I think that point is right on, and I believe that we need to approve a certain amount of capital expenditures as part of the budget, because there are capital projects ongoing.
You mean as part of the operational budget?
No. At the same time, a certain amount of capital spending that we will also have to approve now before we've approved all the specific projects. So if you think about it, we have a bunch of projects that are underway. We don't want them to shut down all the projects. We want those to keep going. So we have an existing utilities CIP, we have an existing CIP, we have a set of contract. So we should approve some amount of capital spending now, just that keeps all those things going. So maybe we ask for a number that's half what they think they want to spend for the year, or a quarter of what they want to spend for the biennium. So put that in now so everything keeps moving while we go through our January February discussion. And so that's how I would see us accomplishing what I'm proposing.
Councilmember Ross and Councilmember Sunwell.
Several comments. First of all, I didn't second also the removing total funding for affordable housing, because that is one of our goals, is affordable housing, and I don't believe we should remove 100% funding for it. The capital, if we remove all the capital from our budget, we do need to make sure, I think you just touched on it though, that we need to start planning for it. There's some projects that they need to plan for now, so they can start it this next year. And so then that gets back to, well, then we are approving some capital. So how do we, I guess, where's the fine line for that? And then also we haven't talked about, are we going to remove $38,000 from our budget because we only approved 0.5% for property tax increase?
Councilmember Sunwell, and then Councilmember Jean.
Does the 18.1 include 1% or 0.5%?
Oh, that's good.
This is an older chart, so it still includes the 1%.
The 1%. So what is it, like 18 flat? 18 point.
Changed a little bit because we had some allocations. So
18.09.
18.09, exactly.
That's the wrong slide, just so you guys, there you go. Oh.
There you go, okay. Yeah, so 18.0 something, okay. So I guess we're supposed to explain why we didn't second something, but my approach, and maybe this has to do with the color red from way back from, it seems like 100 years ago when we did all of our off-site stuff and found out I was a red, which was shocking. I'm not, I don't look at any of these budget items. I guess what I'm saying is I'm not looking to line item veto any of these things. And part of that is my belief that the experts in the room at a departmental level are the department heads and the people that work for them. I should not be dictating whether they need 20 cars or 15 cars. Now, I will get that opportunity when they come forth, right? But right now, at the budget thing, okay, it seems $200,000 does seem like a lot for an affordable housing study. But guess what? Leaving the budget, and when it comes time to actually get that study approved, it will have to pass muster across 7 people, or at least 4, and they will have to explain why that's an important thing to do. So I'm hesitant to get into a line item situation now, long before we have any of the details around any specific project or anything like that. Yeah, 200, that's going to come under some scrutiny. But maybe this can be a fantastic presentation when it comes forward in May or August or whenever about why that study is a great idea. So, because otherwise, if we do that, we may not finish until February. My last thought is on the capital, some of the necessary capital expenditures that we will need to approve is maybe after stripping out the capital for next time I think we meet, is it the 3rd? Is that our next scheduled?
We need to talk.
We're going to talk about that in about 15
and I think there's a
minutes.
state statute that says you can't go past 10 workshops, so it's going to be really awesome to finish up next week. So my thought would be is come to us with what that number looks like, as was suggested by Councilmember Mayhew. And then, in addition to that, as almost an addendum, what are the projects, the capital projects that need to occur in Q1, right? And the reason I say Q1, I think it was thrown out maybe the first half of the year, but I want us to have a forcing function to really address this as soon as we can. I don't think it's going to take more than a month and a half or 2 months, right? And so that we can get our philosophical things, how we want to do things as a council moving forward, right? And then we can instantly plug in to start having conversations around, make it 4 months, I don't care, but I'd like something tighter than half a year, because then we sort of lose the sense of urgency around, and then guess what happens? It's not till May till we start picking it up, and now we're in a 3-month window anyway, right? Because that's how my kids do homework, and that's how a lot of people do life. So that would be my only sort of amendment to that. I like the idea. We definitely do need to provide some funding for that first part of the year. I would just maybe recommend that first part of the year be sort of limited to Q1, the projects that we have to get done in Q1, and that will force us in January and early February to bring resolution to how we want to spend money, whether we want to include a baseline REIT as now as recurring income and stuff like that are fundamental differences in how we've done things.
Bob, you had your hand up?
This is sort of directed to Councilmember Mayhew in his proposal, which I still think is a good proposal, that we take out capital items and then focus on the recurring revenue, the recurring expenses. I'm wondering how you would suggest or how we might treat the reserves, those reserve funds, and I'm particularly curious about the new reserve fund for the community center. How much is it, and would we separate it out for this for now and then address it under capital?
All right, Councilmember Mayhew, you happen to be up next, so.
So, a couple thoughts. I think that what I heard is an excellent suggestion in my view, which is we just fund all the capital funds or all the capital spending at whatever staff thinks about 4 months worth of expenditures are, and we just trust them. I would say I would not ask them to go through the work of listing out the projects. I think we would just trust them to come up with that number, and let's not overburden them with work which we're not going to decide on in essence now anyway. The second thing I'd say is in terms of controlling how that 4 months of expenditures are spent, remember that in capital spending we approve. So this would be one of the things I think we'll want to talk about as a policy, but we approve every single contract or virtually every single capital project. So we already completely control the actual spending of those contracts. I think we're fine with the processes that we have in place, that by approving 4 months worth of expenditures, the actual project expenditures we handle in the normal way. So I think we'd be fine on that. Implicit in the notion of saying that the expenditures that we're going to approve will be within the revenues is therefore what we're saying is we're not approving the spending of any fund balance. That's implicit in what I'm proposing. Now, there are some proposals that maybe we need to be doing that, and I think I'm at least open to hearing that, and maybe we do need to do that. But I think that will be something that will come out in our 1 or 2 months as we go through these policies and deal with capital spending and what are we doing with fund balances, by the way. What it does is it says, at least for now, getting through this budget, no spending of fund balances for operating, which is really the same policy we've always had. And then we just deal with that in the January, February, hopefully January, February. So hopefully that answers the questions that were asked.
Are fund balances synonymous with reserves?
Councilmember Jeans, you get an extra dispensation, Bob, because you don't speak up that much. So. Did you have anything else to say, Bob? Or
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Shepherd.
I guess I'm really uncomfortable changing. This to me is a radical change of how we've done things in the past. And I'm really not familiar with what's normal. I don't know if the proposal that they're making is one that's realistic. And so just based on the fact that I think this is a very large decision, I would be very uncomfortable making that large of a change to how we normally do it at this 11th hour.
Councilmember Summel.
Maybe Councilmember Shepherd can clarify. I was unclear which side was being supported, because I would suggest to you that the only change that's being proposed is the one that has been proposed by our finance director, because that's fine, but that is a change of many, many years of council policy. So if that's what you mean by, to me, it's not a big change to have what Councilmember Mayhew said, hey, strip out the capital, and so that we can continue to operate as this council has done for years and years and years. The big change was in the 11th hour, I guess the 9th workshop, is finding out that we want to take $1 million of REIT and go into fund balance for, I mean, that was dropping something in the 11th hour. And so maybe you could clarify which change or unchange you're uncomfortable with.
What I'm concerned about is only funding for 4 months' worth of the year. That's what I'm concerned about. And just in general, it just sounds like it could be, I don't know if it's a small thing or a big thing, but I feel like I'm not comfortable with the proposal, and I wouldn't support it.
Robert, you haven't responded to anything. I mean, maybe give us an indication.
I just have a
what
question
hardship it
to
would be
council because I'm a little confused on what the direction is. Are we just speaking about these funds? Or are we speaking about utilities as well? Because I do advise council that on utilities, we are under an impetus to spend capital projects within 3 years, and we're in the middle of that process now on the bond funding. Otherwise, we run afoul of the IRS, and we get into big trouble as a city.
Well, you mean bond funding connected with utilities?
Bond proceeds.
But you're not talking about utilities at all, or Councilmember Mayhew?
I believe that the finance director's, is it not my turn?
I jumped the line. You,
Okay. He slaps, I don't slap.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That the revised utilities budget that was presented earlier this evening, I believe I'm strongly in favor of passing it as it was presented. So this proposal is solely to do with governmental type operating, or governmental type, I suppose, but all
general
utility fund. General fund. Well, all non-utilities funds. So all the utility funds, both the operating and capital that were presented earlier tonight, I think I'm in favor of passing as presented. The other thing I want to say, Mayor, was there was another question I failed to answer, which is the finance director has proposed setting up a new facilities capital fund, and for what it's worth, I'm 100% in favor of what he's doing. I think it's a fantastic idea, but the funding of that under the proposal I'm making, we would not be doing now. We'd be making a decision to fund that and how much to fund it and so forth at our January, February meetings around capital.
Councilmember Holloway, my apologies.
All right, so let me see if I can work my way to your side of the pond. So one, I disagree with divide by 4 and just consider that first quarter. So I guess I want to modify your proposal to say we're asking staff to look at non-recurring expenditures in the general fund and to zero out second quarter and on of any of those. Further, I'll tell you, you can't not plan the non-recurring revenue, so all of that will now fall into ending fund balance. Okay? My follow-on question is, can you do that in the time you got?
That was my question. So, what are we facing?
How much time do we have?
How
much?
Well, you have through Christmas until December 30th.
If council can humor me for a couple of minutes, I do have some questions for clarification.
What were those groans for?
In the proposed budget ordinance that we have right now, we have proposed expenditures from Fund 313, the Riverwalk Construction Fund, for engineering in the amount of $230,000. Would we be putting that? Councilmember Mayhew, I'm not. Yes or no?
Well, it's not my decision, but I'd be in favor of, yeah. The things, anything that needs to keep going and it's things that we've already approved, fine, leave that in. Just what we're trying to keep, what I'm trying to say, Mayor, is it okay if I'm answering? I didn't ask for.
Too late.
Yeah.
It's too late. Yeah, what I'm proposing is something that keeps the capital funds, keeps things that are approved rolling. But, while we have time to get through this process. So I think we'd trust you to identify those particular capital funds that you think need to be budgeted in keeping with this idea, and whatever number you tell us, I think we'll trust, as long as you keep to that sort of notion of keep things rolling for 3-4 months and while we get through this.
Well, maybe I could define it a different way, because it occurred to me the other rather than having this definition about what precisely is, a non-reoccurring capital maintenance versus reoccurring. That's the direction right there, 18.1 million. So you just trust the staff's judgment to determine we're going to put as much of reoccurring sort of capital maintenance into that number as we can, in addition to all the operational costs and everything else is gonna have to get pushed out. I mean, I don't know any other way to do it.
Yep.
I mean, if that's the constraints we're given, that's the only way to do it. And then that's when I throw the question back to you guys to say, could we do that in a couple of weeks or
It's a mess.
realistically?
Looking at my numbers already. It shouldn't be that difficult if we're just looking at, like, streets, for example, because I think that's really where this
Yeah,
is.
the streets is the biggest piece. I mean, that's,
And maybe some of the parks, because we have to take a look at that. Those two items we were looking at anyway, those are
I
probably the
think
big ones.
Councilmember Holloway's moving to the other side of the pond now. Councilmember Sunwell? And then is your, okay. I can't go on just the faces alone.
Than me.
Yeah.
I do think, although it might be an oversimplification, what the mayor said, I ultimately, we want ultimately, I want a balanced budget. I don't want to spend a penny out of reserves, and I don't want to use what have traditionally been spiky revenues.
On operations.
On operations. And whatever magic you work over here to get to 8.1, that is not to the detriment of the city, as I said before, I'm not going to line item you guys to death and say, no, you're wrong, that's a stupid idea. I wouldn't know. I don't do your job, right? So I guess ultimately it is about getting to the 18.1. That's by definition a balanced budget, and the easiest way to get there is to strip out some of these extra or not extra, whatever, street stuff, and then let's approve that. I feel like we could do that next week at our next meeting, and maybe we could stop at 10. And I'd be even fine scheduling what our meetings look like in January and February to attack the policy decisions that still await us. Mr. Pond?
Now, Mr. Pond.
Councilmember Holloway.
Thank you. So the affordable housing, that is a non-reoccurring. It's not capital. Okay, so we got it. It's recurring versus non-recurring. Okay, or spiky if you want to call it. That's a spiky thing. What we're saying is we're not going to do that for first quarter. I don't know what the plan was if we're going to do that first quarter or everything else. So I would want the department heads to go down through their plan to decide what is recurring, what is non-recurring, and what they intended to do non-recurring in the first quarter. And to feed that to Robert and get that split out, and then all that stuff is second quarter and on, goes away for now, and the money falls into the ending fund balance. And we can then have a discussion. I'm a little worried that you kind of went the other way where we're gonna spend spiky money for non-spiky things just to make this work. We still, first quarter, you're gonna have some spiky things.
Spiky revenue or spiky expenses? I'm not sure.
Well, you'll have spiky revenue. It's not going to go away. But you'll have some spiky things going on. Some non-operational, non-reoccurring expenditures will occur first quarter of next year.
Every one of which has to come before this council before it gets spent.
That's a different thing. That is either a contract authorization, whatever. It's not your budget responsibility. It's enactment of your budget responsibility, but it is a contract activity. Okay, you still have the budget responsibility. That's now. Plus, if I don't plan it and they come back and Dan says, I want to do crack seal in March because the weather's looking good, I gotta say no. You didn't have it in the budget, so I can't authorize a contract. I would say crack seal is not a capital item, it's a maintenance item. He ought to have it, if he intends to do it first quarter, he ought to have it in the budget for first quarter for what we review. Okay, so like I said, I think we ought to have the department heads with Rob work on what is recurring, what is non-recurring, what is the intended non-recurring first quarter, and that ought to be the budget that's brought back to us. All the rest of the revenue just falls into ending fund balance. Am I along the lines of what you're...
Figure out what he just said still.
Sorry, what was that, Jim?
I'm still trying to figure out what he just said, so I don't know how to answer that yet.
Can I ask a question of council, because I apologize, I'm getting confused a little bit. Are we just talking about capital, or are we talking about all non-recurring expenditures like the employee survey, for example, community surveys, one-time expenses, are we talking about all one-time expenses or just capital? And now I'm getting a little confused, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Sunwall.
So it's Brian that's introduced this idea of non-recurring versus capital, right? So, which I understand the difference, right? A survey for whatever amount of money for global warming or whatever it's called. No, it's not global warming, it's for housing.
Satisfaction.
Yes, or that. Is certainly non-recurring, but it's not capital. I mean, let's just keep this simple. It's strip out the capital and make the rest of the balance, the budget balance, and we'll go from there. And a survey on affordable housing is not capital. It might lead to a capital project down the road, but leave it in. Leave it in. If you guys want that, leave it in, because it's non-recurring, but it's not capital. Let's not over-engineer, sorry, this process.
Council, just as a check-in, we're about 7-8 minutes to, I want to stop within, leave us at least 5 minutes to have Bob talk about scheduling next meetings. If you want to continue past 9 o'clock at that point, that's up to you. So maybe just one or two more questions to again, a hard stop at 5 till. Councilmember Mayhew?
Oh, I was just going to say, I agree with Councilmember Sundwall's definition, and I think that would answer the question that was being asked. It's capital items. Now, the only place I see that ending up being fuzzy for you is in the streets and possibly in parks. And I think that as long as that's, as you hear us saying that's where you should focus, I think that probably gives you enough to work with to accomplish our...
Yeah, for example, what do we do with the $300,000 a year that's been allocated to our playground?
Right.
That's a smooth sort of investment.
Right, so I think he knows that those are the sort of things that he should pull out in terms of capital, or he would know which of those things to pull out. So I think he's got enough to bring us back something that meets our objective, and I think it's what Councilmember Sundwall said.
Robert, I'm not seeing you look like you're panicking over this proposal or direction.
No, I'm not. I appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Okay. So you feel this is doable in the next week or two?
Week.
By Tuesday night next week.
We don't have that, I mean, frankly, we don't have that much left in it, so it does fall mostly on Public Works. I mean, not trying to pick on them, but that's really where the discussion.
Oh, we've always picked on them. Why would you stop now?
They spend most of the money, so.
But that makes sense, because that's where those revenues, those non-recurring revenues, are the types of things that would go to Public Works. So it makes sense.
There would be some impact of fire. There would be a small impact of fire.
And you'll explain that to us when you present the numbers.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right, so let's stop there. Bob, I'll turn it over to you to do or Jody to discuss upcoming budget meetings.
We'll need one more.
It looks like we could do next Tuesday. The only issue is if we don't make it through on next Tuesday after the F&A meeting, Wednesday night is already taken up with Sound Cities Association. Thursday night is the town hall meeting. So the option would be to perhaps, and I don't think staff can get this done this week, as far as doing a meeting on Thursday night. I don't think that's reasonable to expect these folks can get this taken care of. It's too much work there. So I think we're going to go with Tuesday night.
That's the 4th?
Yes, that's the regularly scheduled budget deliberation evening immediately following the F&A Council Committee meeting.
So when is that? What time?
F&A right now is scheduled for 5:30, and depending on how long the committee takes, could go as late as 7 o'clock before
Well,
you
we'll
start
have to
the
do a
budget.
hard stop on the F&A, I'm sorry, but.
7 and 9?
Well, let's move F&A to start at 5 and end at 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 6 to 9? 6 to...
Catch that, Jody?
Whatever.
I got that. Do we need to have dinner here?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
5 o'clock. I
And-
can't expect you folks to come.
Is that a capital cost, or is that, it's actually a recurring cost now?
Now it's recurring.
Yeah.
Now it's a recurring cost.
It's all making sense to me. This is good.
So we'll start the F&A at 5 o'clock
Yeah.
till 6
And
o'clock.
We'll notice, so the other council members don't get to enjoy a full 4-hour meeting, we'll notice to have you all come to F&A too, so.
5 to 6, and then 6 to 9 for the council meeting.
per our procedures, all council members can show up at all meetings, so you don't need to do anything.
Exactly.
I was teasing.
And then, do we need a workshop prior to the December 10th council meeting?
Well, as it stands now, I would suggest not, but we'll have to see what happens next Tuesday.
So if I, let's just play this out for a second. So we'll have 3 hours on Tuesday. We'll have a final iteration of some
Document.
slides from you guys that I assume will be 99, if not 100% on. Might have a little bit of debate around that. And then we can't vote on the budget that meeting. That has to be done at city council, correct?
Correct.
So ideally, we come out of that meeting ready to move forward
On December 10th.
on the Monday, the last one of,
Right.
and if we feel like we're not, at that point, we could schedule what at that point would essentially be an emergency
You could do some
budget number 11.
You can do some fine tuning prior to the December 10th meeting. If you feel that what you've got next Tuesday is close but not exactly how you want it, you could have staff continue that preparation.
How's that agenda looking for that council meeting in terms of?
I haven't gotten a chance to put
I think it's gonna be pretty light.
Jody, you have to pull the microphone toward you, please.
So there would potentially be some time to.
You could do 5 to 7 to do some minor tweaking if necessary to get it ready.
I'm thinking that's maybe what we should plan on. Just plan on 5 to 9 for that last meeting, 5 to 7, and then the council meeting at 7 to 9. And if we don't need it, we don't need it. But
Okay. Councilmember Mayhew?
I agree with Councilmember Sunwall, but I'd ask, I'd suggest, let's notice the next meeting, what's it called? Budget
The
workshop?
4th?
The 4th.
It already is. Should be. Okay, sorry.
Let's notice the 4th such that if we reach agreement, that we could take action that night.
Did you schedule to take action on December 10th?
Might as well do it on the 10th.
on the.
Jody, use your microphone, please.
You wanted to cancel the first meeting in December too?
No.
No.
The agenda bill states, action to be determined.
I
Action date to
understand.
be
Yeah, I
determined.
didn't determine it, yeah.
So the reason I'm making this suggestion is if we reach agreement, let's do it. Let's be in a position if we reach agreement to do it. If not, fine, we've got the next meeting scheduled. But let's just notice it such that we have that ability.
All right, I'm just looking at my finance director, my
yeah, I have a question for-
parliamentarian, and my city administrator, one of the attorney here to make sure that is there is there any requirement to do it on a regular council meeting? Or?
So, Jody, if procedural question, so if that does happen, but we do make modifications to the ordinance during the meeting, are we able to do that?
Yes.
And just reprint it out or republish it at that time?
Yes.
Okay.
I will notice it
He's
as
not
possible
predicting it's going to
action.
happen. He's just making it possible. Yeah.
Just
Councilmember Holloway, do you have a question? Microphone, please.
I would prefer to do this at a regularly scheduled council meeting. That's the expectation, I believe, of the public, that we do these things at our council, regularly scheduled council meetings. So
Here, here.
I hear having the option, but even if we come to an agreement, we just all have to agree that for 6 days, we're not going to tip the cart, and we come back on the 10th, and we go.
You should just be happy to have a finally baked budget that you're ready to vote on without stumbling toward that in the meeting. Councilmember Shepherd?
So I did ask for an executive session to happen before we did deliberations, and we didn't do that.
Oh, deliberations on the budget?
Did ask that.
It impacts the budget, yes.
Okay.
Oh, we're not going to take action until Monday anyway.
Yeah, we didn't notice it. Could we have noticed an executive session for the next meeting on the 4th? All right. We'll have to get, is it pertaining to the carry issue?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I asked so that we know the RCW language, the code in terms of the purpose of the executive session. So we could do that. All right. All right, 9:01, any other issues, council? Or do you want to
Can
keep
I-
enjoying each other's company? Councilmember Jeans.
Can I make a suggestion to F&A that you should strive to strip down the agenda as much as possible? I mean, things that have been introduced, okay, but
Time out.
Councilmember Holloway,
But point
could you
of
please
order.
use the microphone?
Point of order for interrupting or point of order?
No, point of
Yeah,
order.
point of order, Holloway, could you please,
Point
members,
of
please
order.
seek recognition prior to speaking?
I'll sit down. Well, no, point of order can be,
Go ahead. What's your point of order?
it is a point of order. F&A, we have not put F&A in the position of denying committee agenda bills, other committee agenda bills. If you guys put agenda bills forward, it's in the agenda. So I put that back to the rest of the committees. Don't do agenda bills that I gotta worry about in F&A.
I hear you.
Any other comments or discussion prior to concluding tonight, council?
I have one question for council.
All right, go ahead.
For the gavel. Just for guidance on what staff needs to do for next week. It's probably for Councilmember Mayhew. Hello.
That's who you're referring to.
I just want to make sure that IT and IT projects are exempt from this discussion. Because that's an internal service fund.
Here's what I was trying to state earlier. I think the council's given us broad discretion to sort of determine where to cut those lines so long as it hits that 18.1 number.
Okay, so that wouldn't be on
Right.
But actually, I think
Councilmember Mayhew.
a question that's being asked is about ISF's, internal service funds.
Yeah.
So there was a question asked about utility funds, which was a very good question. This is, I think, similarly a good question. The internal service funds, I at least am in favor of approving them as they've been presented. So I think those, you don't change anything. You just bring those as they are, unless there's a different sense of the council.
Thank you for the clarification.
Does that help, Robert? Okay. All right, if there's no business to come before the council for the business, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Meeting is adjourned.